Hey, hey! Alright, Path of Exile 1 back. Back with a vengeance. Guys, today we're doing some fun little currency tracking. Just like old times. Just like old times. Let's see here. Oh, it's an easy one to start with. Labyrinth. Labyrinth. Sure. Alright, I already got 100 of these maps ready to go. I don't know why this is here. Yeah. Alright. Well, those of you who've been around for a long time know exactly what this is. Not going to be waiting on people. They can wait for the YouTube video anyway. Actually, time is of the essence because I'm going to be on the Path to Exile podcast, a podcast primarily centered around Path of Exile 2, later on today in 3.5 hours. It's going to be tough to get this done in 3.5 hours. We're going to see. I can at least get the maps ran in that time. We have to come back and do the figuring out how much everything is worth because that's going to be extra time consuming. We can't use Wealthy Exile. We have to actually manually check every single item in the Wayback Machine, aka PoE Ninja. But yeah, anyway. I think we're good. I think we can get started. Fortress? Okay. Well, hey there, everyone. It's Snoo. Welcome. It's me from the future. Not really from the future, but we can pretend just like we did last time. In the previous league's version of Perception versus Reality, going into the league, I wanted to test Legion Juicing versus Shrine Blasting as an initial league start strategy. It was on a day 3 economy at the time. And the interesting thing was Shrine Blasting actually edged out Legion Juicing, surprising just about everyone, mainly on account of how fast those maps could be ran. So I felt like that video was quite useful for a lot of you guys anticipating what farming strats you might be interested in doing going into the league. Of course, one thing I didn't visit in advance was the Tier 17 Fortress boss rushing for Yoke of Suffering, the Uber Fragments, and that's because we had a major shift in the meta, in the Atlas, and we weren't even 100% sure that strategy would still exist in its same format. Well, it turns out it does. And it's even easier because the area level of the zone is one lower, so the boss has less health. The modifiers on those maps are easier to roll. It's honestly easier than ever to do boss rushing, and it's also cheaper than ever because the nightmare maps are universal for all types of maps, and nobody really wants them unless they are boss rushing. And so what I discovered is, as I got into it in day 2, I was making a ton of currency. I actually had the best league start I ever had last league in 3.28 Mirage. It had nothing to do with the Mirage mechanic too. And so what we're testing is basically a day 2 economy. Because I wasn't able to advertise that, I didn't really get around to making a video on it until day 3 or day 4. And so we're going to be snapshotting day 2 economy from the Wayback Machine. In PoE Ninja, we can look at the values of everything there, or at least mostly everything. It's going to be very easy, much easier than it was to do Legion Juicing, because there's way less stuff that I got to pick up and track. It's basically just Uber key fragments and the occasional Yoke of Suffering. Oh yeah, I want to show this too. I'll quickly bring your attention to PoE Ninja, where we have the resources to actually track all this stuff. I'm looking at Time Machine Day 2. This is Mirage League. I happen to be league starting Ice Shot of Penetration Warden, almost the exact same variant of the build I used last time. Those of you following along are going to notice that the gear that I had by the end of Day 2 last league is almost 1-for-1 an exact replica of what I'm showcasing in the league start. Actually, the bow is a little bit better here. But other than that, I even had the Inspire Learning, and the build is basically the same. I think I was 1 passive point away from 94, which is what the initial early endgame version of the build calls for. And so, I mean, this is about as apples to apples as we can possibly get as far as the build is concerned. And you have to have a build that can move quickly, clear quickly, and has good single target damage to really take advantage of this. Here's a few other things that we'll take note of. Divine Orbs were worth 94 Chaos at the end of Day 2. Nightmare Maps were worth 30 Chaos at the time. And the Yoke of Suffering was pretty high at 384 Chaos, but that's not the real value of it. That's the value baseline, a 5% roll. And so it was actually around 500 Chaos, I'm kind of estimating here, but it was maybe around 500 Chaos for an unidentified Yoke of Suffering. Probably being a little conservative there, actually. All right, and so there's your nice intro for today's video. This is Perception versus Reality on 100 Fortress maps, boss rushing for the Uber fragments and the Yoke of Suffering. We're going to see how this compares to last league's test, and especially on a Day 2 economy, I think it's going to be very impressive. I even took note that a lot of prominent content creators throughout the days gone past and the weeks gone by after league start, a lot of them were coming around to the idea that maybe boss rushing Nightmare Maps was one of, if not the most lucrative farming strat in the game at the time, because a lot of other prominent strats had very high investment costs, but this had an all-time low cost. The cost is so low we don't even put fragments in, actually. So there's different versions of the strat. You can incorporate like Legion, or rather you can incorporate like Delirium reward rounds in it. You can try to do like Cluster Jewel farming on top of it, which is some things I did later on with Abomination boss, much harder boss. But initially, it's just kind of a baseline map with a decently strict regex I will link down below. But also thanks to asynchronous trade, map rolling isn't even a thing, or at least it doesn't have to be. You don't really have to pay anything for map rolls so long as you don't really care about the upside rolls. You don't care about the pack size, quant rarity, scarab rolls, currency rolls. So you can get basically any map you want rolled just about the way you want, removing all the bad downside mods that you care about, as long as you make the regex a little bit tailored to your own setup. So I have 20 fortress maps here, and these will all be valued at 30 Chaos apiece. And then we have an additional 80 maps. The reason these look different is because they're like holdovers from standard, but they re-roll into the proper rolls. Again, they roll easier than ever before. And then we need to check the atlas for the remaining part of the setup. This is based on another video I also made after 3.28 talking about all the different borrowed power forms. So we have Nico packed with energy. We have Huck, which you can give him, like, I have Anger Aura on there, which is quite useful, especially to help with unlocking Trinity. And then we have Shrines on there, and then you can even run Domination Scarab if you want. Other than that, I'm just farming a few Scarabs on the side. I'm not really doing any League mechanics other than Heist, because especially fully revealed blueprints are worth quite a bit. Even baseline blueprints are worth a bit. A little bit of Exarch Altar farming on the side, but really none of this matters too much. Evidently, it did come to attention even after the change in the system of Uber key fragments and how they work. It does matter a little bit, the area quantity. It doesn't matter as much as it used to, apparently, but it still matters a little bit, so it's kind of nice to get, you know, points like this that help increase the effect of explicit modifiers. I wouldn't take it very seriously, especially early on. It's more important that you make the map easy and that it's clearable for you. But yeah, you can see area quant also has a little bit of an emphasis. I'm really just going to open a Smuggler's Cache, hit a Shrine, hit a Nico Sulfur Vein if it's on the way. But I'm going to try to make every map start to finish done in less than a minute, if possible. And so this would be a very, very fast farm, and most of its You know, the efficacy of the farm is credited by how fast these maps should be ran. As your character gets stronger and the maps get easier, the faster you can run them. As I said before, the investment cost is about 30 chaos a piece per map because we're not running any fragments and we're not actually having to roll any of the maps, because in practice in League, you can simply set up a regex built in to the website and just go into people's hideout and just pick out the maps as you want them pre-rolled. And so you really never have to pay anything extra. And again, if the upsides don't matter, there should be access to just about anything you need. Alright, so we're going to start off the first map, and, you know, fairly easy map. Nothing too dangerous for my build. And nothing else to do other than make sure Searing Exarch is active. You can see I'm currently level 98 on this character with 4 points remaining. So that's like being level 94. I have 12 Atlas points remaining that I haven't used to help mimic a more reasonable day 2 start. And I am not a racer by any stretch of the imagination, so, you know, day 2, what I had, is perfectly viable for a great many players. Not that hard to achieve. You do have to be, you know, kind of fast and know what you're doing, but there's a lot of players who are faster than me. There are people who even start doing this farm as early as day 1, apparently. Looks like the only thing I'll grab on the way is a shrine. It's the only thing I saw. I'm already here in the boss room. I don't want to stand there. Alright, so that's the kind of damage we're working with here on this League starter. Not too bad. It'll take a second to get all the drops. Only 2 fragments. You'll either get 1, 2, or 3. Usually 2 or 3. And then we're hoping for an Onyx amulet aside from that. And that's it. And look how fast it is. I just click this in, boom, go. I don't even need to empty the inventory. That's another big thing. Okay, when I'm having to do like Exarch altar farming and stuff, I gotta spend a whole bunch of time in the hideout in between the maps. It's actually quite consuming to do all that. I don't need to do that over here. Doriani's Epiphany is actually kind of good. Already in map 2, so, you know, I'll pick up the occasional Chaos Orb. Well, apparently could actually take a volatile core hit. Oh, that was only because I had the Resistance Shrine on. Yeah, I normally can't soak a volatile core on this build at this gear threshold. Anyway, we'll see how many Yoke of Sufferings I get. We'll see what all this turns out to be. We'll see if there's a few highlights. I don't think the highlights will be all that super interesting. It's just a very straightforward, super lucrative, high octane farm. Good old boss rushing. I forgot to put the portal down. Whoops. Oh yeah, I'm using Insane Strict filter, in case anybody's wondering. How good is your gear in this testing? It is my day 2 gear snapshot from last League. It is the exact League starter gear set that I used to test all the other stuff on the build. Ooh, bubbles plus... Ugh. Alright, probably gonna die on this map. I'm gonna have to loot a bunch of stuff on this one. This is going to be a full clear map because our Exarch altar rewards are quite good. And we also have the 6 spawn smuggler's caches by the looks of it. Oh yeah, T16 Waystone is still worth like 2 chaos. No, come on. I call BS. BS. Where's my calling strike? Where's my calling strike? Ew, synth fragment. So yeah, on occasion, I will kind of full clear the map if it calls for it. Although where are my reward? That Essence Scarabs drops. Grand Eldritch Embers. Where is my loot, dude? I think borderline not even worth doing this even for these rewards. Alright. Get out of here. Electronic says, glad to see you back in PoE 1 after the blast of League in PoE 2. Big fan. Nice. Big fan of me or big fan of PoE 1 or big fan of PoE 2? Big fan of, or maybe all of the above. Bubbles, so annoying. Bubbles and labyrinth traps. Ugh. It's a trap. Going the wrong way. That's not good. That's not how you do a map in under a minute. Oh, making catalyzing. All right. Buy that for $1. I bet that's worth a little bit on day 2. What that was. Must have been like a meteor. Yeah, it was a meteor. Okay. I see. Meteor when you use a flask. Yeah, that won't get me sometimes. Usually get one shot by that. Okay, I think I will post some timestamps. Laggy on YouTube, huh? Still? Bro. What? Just get me out of here. I don't even know how to leave. How would I even leave there? Yeah, I guess I just die. I didn't want to. I definitely don't want to do the Wildwood. No. Okay, we're getting a lot of these smugglers' caches, but not a lot of blueprints. There we go. Oh. Uh-oh, it might be purple wisps. Okay, he's not. The flame dashed. Oh my god, am I dying from the stupid flask thing again? Meteor? That is so dumb. Wow, okay. Time to lock in. Lock in. I did not expect to ever be threatened by 6 portaling, but it should be fine. Now you die. Really? Oh, wow. Okay. I mean, I deserve to die there, but... Last portal. Too soon. Get out of here. This clown. I can't believe I actually the last portal on this. The funny thing is, synthesizing fragments are worth more than decaying on day 2. Which is crazy. What level investment can you start doing nightmare maps? 30 chaos a map. The investment is literally just the map. I'm not paying for any fragments. You don't have to roll the maps because you can just buy them pre-rolled. You just pay the baseline cost. You can roll them if you really want to, but it's not smart. You should just buy them pre-rolled. Characters gear investment? Probably under 10 divines. Yoke of Suffering, first one. Overloaded intensity support's even worth like 3 chaos. I just checked earlier. Alright, first yoke. That was pretty fast. I suppose I need to do the overlay here. We're gonna dump everything into dump tab A. Make sure our affinities are off. And there we go. We just leave it unidentified for now. And again, I'll have to manually check the value of all of this loot. Is this day 1 taming? Is it day 2? 5%, yeah. Yeah, probably. Alright, yeah, 25. Overlay, okay. Let's see here. Do overlay. I totally forgot about this. So I wouldn't want to do the Sanctuary boss with this gear set. The boss is probably too dangerous. Searing runes. Okay, can't stand still. No, it's not. 6 links are like 30 or 40 chaos. You buy them pre-linked. These are pre-linked rares. They're not 6-link unique items. I mean, it might be like 15 divines in total, but it's not much more than 10. It's like eye level 78 plus spine bow or something. 6-link spine bow. It doesn't need to be like eye level 86 or whatever. It can be whatever eye level. We're not going for like +2 proj or even like merciless or anything like that. Taming should be cheap. Cool. Are any build guides suggesting Yoke of Suffering this time? I don't think Yoke of Suffering was all that popular last league. either, so I mean it should be similar. I don't think taming is going to be that cheap. It's usually like 1 divine orb by like day 3. I don't know, like 2 divine orb day 2. Like depends on how well rolled it is. If it's like super well rolled, it's expensive. But that one kind of depends on the roll. I'm rolling LA for the first time this Friday. Anything I should know before getting a Headhunter? I mean, I guess you're running LA Deadeye. That's not the build that I'm running, but... prepare to 6 portal some maps. Sometimes. Where am I from? I'm from Indiana, originally. Currently in Tokyo, though. That damage doesn't mean anything. That was I had a repeating shrine on. They're doing like triple damage. Right there. That wasn't real damage. Oh. Wow. Surprised this didn't get shattered. To actually die from porcupines on this build is weird, dude. What the heck? Why am I dying from porcupines? Wow. You know, the funny thing is, I actually died because of the repeating shrine there. That's what's funny. The repeating shrine is what killed me. Because my character was locked in place for a split second. It got me killed. Alright. Yeah, that was real damage. Then I had Huck with me. Pros and cons of Lightning Arrow Deadeye versus this build. This build way more damage. Like it between 2 and 3 times as much single target damage. Maybe even more. It's a different build in terms of clear. I wouldn't say its clear is worse, but some people would probably say it is. But that's mainly because its primary downside is you have to actually aim. So a single arrow needs to hit something. As long as a single arrow hits anything, you're going to clear like a full screen. But you do have to hit something with a single arrow. The other downside is that it's a tincture build, so you have to press tincture. Its attack speed is faster than Deadeye, but its mobility is slower, and its clear is both better and worse in different ways. And its damage is way higher. Its survivability is similar, although I would say overall the survivability is actually quite a bit higher because of the freeze layer that this build has, and Deadeye doesn't. Like, I died right there in that situation, both me and a Deadeye is going to die. But the boss is moving at 50% action speed, so it's a lot easier to survive the boss here. Like, a Deadeye has to move twice as fast and do half as much damage. So it's way, way harder to kill a boss like this on a Deadeye with the same gear. So right now his action speed is 50%. And so it's taking him forever to do like his double pump action, you know, swings against Huck, which is facing entirely the wrong way. I just have a ton of time to stand still and shoot it. it exponentially expands the DPS window because you simultaneously do more damage while also needing to move less. But you still have to obey mechanics because you're still squishy, technically. It's not like you can just tank stuff. I consider Winter Orb? No, not at all. Not. I'm not really that interested in even attempting to learn spells. I don't care about spells, spell builds. I feel like, especially comparing Deadeye Lightning Arrow to Ice Shot Warden, to me, as long as you can get over the whole aiming thing and the whole tincture thing, I think Ice Shot Uppen Warden, this setup, beats your typical Lightning Arrow Deadeye in every single category except for pure mobility, pure movement speed. So Deadeye will be faster. This build is effectively tankier because you have the freeze layer. This build attacks faster because tinctures create an attack speed that overwhelms the action speed boost of Deadeye. And the damage is like 2 or 3 times higher as well. Now, once you start doing content that is so easy that the damage doesn't matter at all, which is basically once you get Headhunter, then, not for Nightmare maps, but at least for like if you're continuing to run Legion Dunes, easy version of Legion Dunes with a Headhunter, you can make an argument that Deadeye Lightning Arrow is going to outperform because the extra damage you get from Warden isn't even really going to make any difference, and so you would just rather have the sheer movement speed. And also, the clear is going to be a little more favorable because the increased number of projectiles is going to be more meaningful from Headhunter there than it will be for this build. Granted, though, like, this is a cold convert build, so Headhunter is still very strong for this build in terms of power, but the power is not necessary in that setting. So yeah, I think everything before you get any borrowed power from Inspired Learning or Headhunter, I feel like this just absolutely slaps anything Deadeye bow build can handle. As long as you can get over the aiming thing and the tincture thing. If you can't stand the aiming and the tinctures, then, you know, I don't know what to tell you. Now, if you want to do like this strat here, well, I mean, there's no contest. Like Warden, way better because you need the damage. You really need the damage, and you need to slow the boss down so you can actually handle the mechanics and open up the DPS window. It's super annoying to try to do this strat on a Deadeye with the same gear. It's super annoying. It takes forever to kill the boss. You have to like lock in and focus every single run. You feel like you might 6 portal any map. It's just, it's ugly. I only had to lock in one time so far. In one map did I have to actually like, okay, let's stop effing around. Maximum focus. You know, so I did need to do it on one map, but I've only had to do it one time. Probably like 5 maps out of 100 or something are going to be like that for me. And that's partially because I'm not rolling the maps as strict as I maybe could have. Alright, stop going the wrong way. Wait, which way do I go? What the hell? I'm lost. Oh, this is... Oh, wow. Heading straight back to the middle. Idiot! Completely the wrong way. Debated myself. You know why I'm doing this, Legion? Everyone's gonna farm legions, probably won't be popular or profitable. Yeah, I think we're gonna have a bit of a repeat from last league where like boss rushing is gonna be insanely popular because nobody's advertising the strat. I'll make my little video here, but yeah, we'll see. Oh my god, dude. The Flask Meteor mod. I sometimes regex that mod out. I probably should have. That mod is getting me killed a lot. But only on the boss. What? I love how you can full-blown heist smuggler cash farm on this strat. It's so crazy. Bro. Porcupines again? Porcupines? I guess Oath of Winter really does, like, hard counter porcupines. Oh my god, dude. How are porcupines killing me? I thought my build was a direct counter to porcupine. Doesn't make any sense. Is Mage Blood at all viable? Yeah, it's viable, but I recommend Headhunter more. Especially like if you're doing expedition stuff. If the content you're doing is easy, I mean, Mage Blood, you don't need the extra defenses and damage. Playing Warden again? Yup. I'm basically doing the same build I did last time, just making it much safer and easier with the, like, perma uptime tinctures. Buffs or nerfs? Just one change. 20% increase effective quivers. Mastery is like a buff, but no serious buff. Yeah, I'm gonna start with this farm. I plan to be doing this in day 2. I would even try to push for day 1, but I actually have to work for like 6 hours on day 1, which just pisses me off. But oh well. Oh yeah, Exalted Orbs are worth less than a Chaos Orb now. feel like I'm getting 3 fragments most of the time. Isn't that crazy? You rarely ever get 1. It's kind of crazy to me. Also, I don't think Yoke of Suffering is only 5% drop rate. I think it's like 8. Either that or I get lucky every single league. I get more than I should. That's a divine orb. First one. First divine orb. Uh-oh. We'll probably get like 2 or 3 of those. That's not something we're farming. I'm skeptical if it's even worth picking up all that stuff. Basically, each fragment of a single Uber fragment, regardless of which one drops, is worth almost a full nightmare map. Like 90% of the nightmare map is paid for by a single fragment. So I'm averaging at least 2 fragments per map. I'm making like 30 chaos per map, like baseline, before Yoke and everything else. I can't remember what originator maps are worth. A league start. Maybe like 5 chaos. Oh, what? I did not port there. Must have moused over the boss. More yokes. More yokes. Need more yokes. Dead a lot? Well, maybe it doesn't really matter. That's part and parcel to the strat. Did I see a new video about flame mechanic? No. 3 fragments. What's that about? GGG released a new video? Having something to do with the league mechanic? Before Nightmare, what strat farm? Oh, it'll just be like Al can go Exarch altar farming. Jumpstart, just a little bit of currency. By the time I finish my Atlas, or, you know, most of my Atlas, I'll have probably half the currency needed to make the whole build at that point. So just a little bit more farming. Continuing with that on Dunes or Jungle Valley or whatever. That's all I'll need. League mechanic just looks like Temple. Oh, yeah. Temple or Heist or something, yeah. Alright, first 20 maps are done. Time to go another 20. I haven't had any problems with drowning orbs. Usually that's an annoying one to have to deal with. I love the Anger Aura from Huck. It's so nice. Why am I getting so many extra shrines? Is that normal? You're already blasting again. Always be blasting. There's actually a very good chance that on day 2, this is the most lucrative strat in the game. Outside of, like, totally unforeseen mechanics that nobody can anticipate. At least as far as like mechanics that people can imagine, that prepare for. Yeah. Am I going to stream League Start? I will not actually be streaming League Start until like 12 hours in. I actually have to work at the beginning of the league. So, unfortunate. Why Spine Hail? That's assuming that you go Tornado Shot. That unique quiver gives you effectively 3 additional projectiles for Tornado Shot. Not a mana. What? Am I being retarded in using a level... No, okay, level 1. Yeah, I just sometimes don't have the mana. Alright. Ooh! Oh, Drowning Orb. Only played this game for 15 years. Not long enough. Why? Why this move already? I gotta be like that. Is this map layout easiest for day 2? Yes, because the boss is actually easy. Any other boss, you need to be at least a little bit tanky to handle it. And in the context of like a Glass Cannon Bow League starter, basically you need Headhunter to do any other Nightmare map. But that's alright, this is the best one anyway, usually. Unless for some reason Yoke is not very valuable. But... midway through the League, Abomination was the best map. Where do I go? Well, I'm basically planning to do altar farming into this farm. Imagine. Imagine. Okay, it's not. Actually, that belt might be valuable on day 2. Okay, die from nothing. How that used to happen, I remember. Just randomly die from like moving an inch. I remember that was a big thing last time I played, and still never figured out what the frick was causing that. Imagine if I died again right there. The last tick of that thing. Watch your sense burning arrow strong box. I love the old days of farming doctor cards. Oh my god, dude. That's so that's so old. A little bit valuable on day one. How many uniques suddenly? Weird. Usually getting 3 fragments. Good evening, Messiah. How was your day? My day is good. It's only 2 in the afternoon. Forbidden Tome. Pretty sure it's not worth anything. Nobody wants to do Sanctum. Oh, only 2. Why do you use melee tincture? This applies to ranged for Warden. Look up the Warden Ascendancy. Warden Ascendancy gets to use 2 tinctures that apply to ranged. All tinctures apply to melee automatically, but Warden gets ranged tech. Yo. Man, I'm trying to copy your Twister build in PoE 2. Glad to hear it. And how's that going? Will not play PoE 2 anymore this league? I don't know. You should probably assume that I'm not going to, but it depends on how long I play PoE 1. I'm definitely going to play PoE 2 this league again when the new economy reset kicks in. There's going to be an econ reset. But like, we don't know how long that'll take until we get that. I heard like, I don't know, maybe September. Ooh. Why chain for forbidden jewels instead of endless munitions? Because if you're looking at forbidden jewels, you're looking at the tornado shot swap. Tornado shot doesn't use endless munitions, it uses chain. Or at least chain is way, way more valuable. Like, you have to have some source of chain in there, in the build somewhere. We're playing off cast on crit tornado after all. Three Legion Scarabs. Now I know that's money on day 2. There's no other convenient source of chain. The only other convenient source of chain would be chain support, which is not very good because it's not as much damage. Plus 2 projectiles is pretty weak when you already have like 12 projectiles. We have like, yeah, 10 or more projectiles already at that stage of the build. You got 3 from the quiver, you got 2 from the weapon, you got 2 on the passive tree. And maybe some elsewhere I'm not thinking of off the top of my head. It's not just chain, it's also ricochet, like chaining off walls and stuff. Really strong. Oh yeah, Dying Sun, thank you. Yeah, Dying Sun, which is actually 3 for Warden. Often, anyway. Ooh. Why do they call me the Messiah? It's just some dumb meme. A dumb meme from a clip that was taken out of context. It's whatever. Oh, I ran out of portals. Oh shit. Because I knew I put a portal down. I remember putting one down. No portals! Dang it. Alright. Well, I'm gonna get my full reveal blueprint then. Oh my god. No, you fucking... Oh my god. I accidentally alt-tabbed. At the worst moment imaginable. I don't know how I didn't die there. I alt-tabbed as he was firing off his first attack. Oh my god. Alright, I gotta get portals. I'm overdue for another yoke. Give me my yoke. What's the meme? I feel left out. A clip of me made the rounds. It was about a 10-second clip of me referring to myself as like a messiah or something in jest. The full clip context was I was talking about how back in Calandra League everybody was suggesting that anything I said was like gospel truth and I could do no wrong, and if I was lamenting about the fact that everyone just automatically took what I said for granted without even double checking. I would see this comments on forums like, well, Snoo said this, so it must be this way. Even in scenarios where the opposing view is actually right in that case. And it just kind of blew my mind and made me feel legitimately uncomfortable when I saw stuff like that. This was a time when I was like massively growing in popularity. Mainly Calandra League. But the clip only revealed me saying that it was as if I was some kind of messiah or something like that. And that was basically all the clip said. And so the general public walked away from that thinking that I had some like massive ego tripping problem, and when it was literally the opposite. Literally the opposite, taken totally out of context. And there you go, that's a meme. I'd say at least half the PoE population that is familiar with that meme thinks that like that's a real thing too. It's all in good fun. PoE stream is filled with memes. Sure. You have to admit how incredibly low it is, though, to make a meme completely out of context like that when the reality was I was expressing a moment of vulnerability, actual vulnerability as a person, expressing my real thoughts on something like that, and that it gets twisted into the complete opposite meaning and makes me look bad like that. It's just in an attempt to make me look bad like that. Just absolutely ridiculous. I don't mind memes if they're, you know, all good fun, but that was a really ugly meme to bore out of an honest to God, like, real conversation, vulnerable moment where I was trying to express the exact opposite thing. That's what actually pissed me off the most out of that. And normally I don't care about memes, but I was genuinely pissed off about that meme. Because it was like full-blown fake news kind of meme, you know? People want to joke at each other, like, it's fine, but you know, I would have never promoted that kind of meme towards somebody else. Oh. You have regex command for all the nightmare maps? I can make one. If you would like. I have a regex in the build guide. But I can make an actual command, I guess. Yeah. Alright, Okay. Thank you. The build looks solid for day 1-2 fragments. It's pretty solid for day 1-2 fragments. Yep. But that still happens. That's my least favorite mob type. I've come to find the mob type is much more of an impact than the map rolls when it comes to trying to get through the trash. You don't play a build like this if you want to have a defensive build. This is inherently not a defensive build. The biggest solution to defenses is Headhunter, but you play without it until you have it. You rely on freeze and just killing everything and outranging everything, off-screening, clearing everything. The upside is that you're incredibly fast, do a lot of damage, and you'll kind of beat everyone else to the punch if you can pilot the character well enough. Yeah, shrines can help. If you do like shrine blasting, that's a really good way to make this build perform high. Oh, a second Yoke of Suffering. Alright, kind of on time. If the drop chance is actually 5%, this is basically on schedule, but I think this drop chance should be higher. Either I get lucky every single league, in every single test, or the drop chance is actually a little bit higher than 5. More like 8. 8 to 10. What do you guys think? What's the real drop chance of Yoke? Glass bubble. Are these not on my filter? I'll get his damage without shrines. Well, what you see is what you get. You just go check out the video. I did a full Legion clear, like, on video without any borrowed power buffs. Anyway, I mean, I killed that boss without shrines. Okay, Yoke 2. I thought that was an invulnerability shrine. Three fragments, can't complain. 3 fragments is 1 divine orb. What is up with that mob, dude? Mob is crazy. Any cool new gems from post today? I'll be honest, I haven't looked at anything. New information has come out in the last 24 or even 48 hours. One fully revealed blueprint. Guys, what is a fully revealed blueprint worth? Isn't it worth like a full divine? On day 2? I can't look up that. I can't even look up blueprints in general, apparently. On the Wayback Machine. I had a good headhunter buff there. I must add a 50% gain is extra headhunter buff. I had 4 active on that boss fight. It's kind of rare. Fine. Always the bubble mobs. No, really? Wait, how did I not die there? I got wall blocked. Ambush Scarab. You don't get what, guys? It's probably going to be a strong box league. What do you guys say that next league, 3.29, is actually a strong box league? I'd say, given the track record, it's a pretty good chance. Volatile cores? What? I'm balling. I left volatile cores in the regex. Still Shroud Walk. As long as the Shroud Walk timing is okay, which it is here. I don't think I ever dropped just one fragment. It's really rare. God. Okay, guys, I'll get like 3. Last time I did this, I got 3 Yokes of Suffering in a row at one point. I think I had like 11 Yokes in 100 maps. We're on my portal again. Oh my god. I still can't get over the fact that synth fragment's worth more than decaying fragment on day 2. That's freaking weird. Eldritch Chaos Orb. Rare currency. This would be a lot easier if monsters weren't, you know, immune to damage. Yo, I'm so ready to send bows again in 3.29. Mr. Cyclone Definitive. The Bo Andy. Bo Andy in chat. What's up, man? You're looking at the best farming strat in the game on day 2. Right here. Signed, sealed, and delivered. Not your typical bow strat, but perfectly viable for Warden. Bow players are the Giga Chads. Strong words, but I can't say I disagree. The real question is, are you doing Bow Deadeye or Bow Warden? Bow Deadeye? Yeah, but Bow Warden also zooms. It may not run quite as fast, but it attacks even faster. Did you know that? Do you know Wardens attack faster than Deadeye? Like, significantly faster? It's true. A lot of people don't even know that. One could argue Warden's even zoomier than Deadeye. Possibly. Depending on how much you leverage attack speed over movement speed. Or if you weigh in raw damage. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, like I have around 4 attacks per second on a Deadeye, but like 5 attacks per second on a Warden with like a league start budget. Alt-tabbed. You've got to be kidding me, dude. Alright, you're just gonna die again, I guess. I don't know how I'm not dead yet. Use the tincture. Use the tincture. I deserve a yoke for that one. I had to try hard on that map, so I deserved it. Manifest it. Manifest! Just now you're kind of fun. Yeah, I mean, especially with bow builds, I don't really want to do like juicing content until I have, you know, Headhunter and perhaps even more than that. Grinding through like juiced content without Headhunter and a bow build is kind of annoying. It's not that bad, but that's why most people just slave away at doing Legion Dunes until they have like Headhunter and then some before they even step into like an Originator map or a T17 before or even like Nightmare map now. Low-key though, like this build's gonna be amazing at Legion because probably the worst thing about Eye Shot of Penetration Warden compared to like Lightning Arrow or Elemental Spectrum, Deadeye, or Warden, the worst thing about it was on Legion, you would often leave like 1 or 2 monsters remaining, and then because you have to actually aim, you can't find it and kill it. You can't just like fire arrows into the abyss and like break it out randomly. But now you won't even have to. That was like the one bad thing about this build, Legion farming, and now that one bad thing has been nullified by a change to Legion as a mechanic. It's kind of crazy. Baldo puzzle box? I wonder what that's worth on day 2. It's probably not even worth the divine. I don't know. Orb of Unmaking. Wait, I want to look that one up actually. Because I should maybe have that on my filter. No, okay. Wait, Orb of Unmaking is useless now, isn't it? I'm thinking Orb of Regret. And now a Divine Orb? You got a Valdo box and a Divine Orb on this map? This is a really ugly map. So many bubbles, invulnerable mobs, traps. Ugh. Get me out of here, God. Baldo map rewards always max roll. Max roll range? No, not that I'm aware of. Shaper Guardian map. Is your tincture automated? Why is it perfectly synced? It is not automated. I'm just a perfect player. It's called perfect execution. Pilfering scare. There is no way to automate your tincture in-game. Ow! How'd I survive that? Oh, wow, I bet this is worth a little bit on day one. Two more hours. Podcast in 2 more hours, guys. I suppose I need to change my stream over to this PoE 2 when I'm doing the podcast now. Shaper, get out of here. Should have given me a yoke just for waiting so long in the death animation. What is the pack size on this map? Oh yeah, Elder Circles is the pack size roll. True. This map must have like 2 or 3 pack size rolls. It's a crazy pack size. You get Japan only MTX? Say what? What is that? Is that a thing? MTX tied to a location? Oh, well. Well, I certainly don't. I've never heard of such a thing. Is this an inspired learning setup? Yes. Yes, it is. See my 2 buffs? Boss. Why is that guy still alive? Alright. Come on now. Do I have to actually target the synth boss? That guy was crazy. Looks like I'm about to get another Yoke of Suffering. I had to work too hard for this. Gotta drop. Oh, no. Where's my manifestation, though? Average quant per map? I don't know. No idea. Whatever, like... It's just default 6 modded T16 maps. That's all it is. Not gonna lie, Ice Nova speaks for itself. Oh, it's speaking my name for this league. Okay, almost same thing you said. These maps do not have like an upside quant focus roll on him. Just good RNG. I don't think it's... I don't know, what... 155. I mean, I put points in like explicit modifiers and quant wheel, but that's basically it.
Fiend and fortune hunter alike turned to ash.
But some of these contracts are worth a lot for the fledgling helmet. But you wouldn't realistically have them. Not by day 2. Superior Majestic Pelt. I'm not gonna count that. Oh, I thought I already killed this guy. What? I'm getting trolled? Killed the other boss? It must have been the synth boss lookalike. You guys think Uber Cortex might be less valuable because of the changes to synth, or is that not going to have any weighting on it? How much single DPS are you at? I mean, on Path of Building, it's like 16 mil. Flask. The Meteor Flask. Oh my god, dude. So bad. Oh my god, this guy. With the drowning orbs and everything. Ugh. Ugh. Gloom Shrine and Ice. Herald of Ice, Darium. Yeah, I'm using the strict regex for these. But lastly, I was able to just purchase any map I wanted with the more or less the same regex that I was using. I tweaked it slightly so I wouldn't deal with too much overlap from other people searching same maps. But I basically only had to pay the baseline cost of a map to run this strat. Because people ID their nightmare maps. And they put them in a dump tab and sell them. I'm not supposed to have this mod. This mod's supposed to be regexed out. And I got a bad one, I think. Actually, it's not that bad. Well, that's gonna be impossible to deal with. That shit. It's like huge AoE. As long as it's not this combined with AoE. Definitely has some extra health though. Sheesh. Yeah, I'm not supposed to. I mean to regex out possess because that can be really really ugly. I've learned. Sometimes it doesn't mean much, but usually it at least makes it a little harder, and sometimes makes it super hard. That's kind of a bad one to hit. If you run an AoE monster map and get that, then it's like GG, you're done. It's like nowhere to stand. Well, actually, the boss probably... I probably did have a regex style. He probably got like possessed by an actual, you know, ghost that just happened to be spawned in the room. And that's probably what happened. Because I know I regexed it out. Is this a glass cannon build? Is this a glass cannot build? This is a glass can build. Glass can build. See what I did there? Crafting video for the Fizzbow? I talked about it in the build guide video. You just... For this bow, you just purchase a pre-6 link spine bow of pretty much any eye level. You want to at least randomly be able to roll tier 2 cold or something. And you just essence spam it with flat fizz until you hit a high tier cold with a high tier attack speed. And that's it. Huck's using anger, yeah. No, you just use essence. Not recom.
Fiend and fortune hunter alike. Sorry.
You're only trying to random in 2 modifiers. You can settle for like tier 3 cold if you want, or tier 3 attack speed if you want.
You do not belong.
Only one? I'm leaving all my gems at 19, for the record. Build definitely looks fun. I basically never run the same build twice in a row in a league, and this is pretty much the first time I'm doing it, because it actually was that fun. I wanted to go back to something else, different bow build, but when I tested, because I have all the materials to test these builds against each other with whatever ascendancy I want, all like similar gear setups and optimized versions of those builds, and this just like dramatically outperformed all of them. I was kind of surprised. Elemental hit the spectrum on a Warden with 3 projectiles was... I mean, it's almost as good as this and this type of map, but like... its clear is so much worse than this. I mean, its clear is like... this build's clear is better than 5 Proj Deadeye. Elemental hit the spectrum, I think. Probably not better than Lightning Arrow, but the clear is ridiculous. You don't need lightning damage for Trinity in this game. In PoE 1, you only need 2 damages, not 3. Price of Yoke, day 2, 3 to 4 div each. No, it's even more than that. A 5% Yoke is like 4 divines. But the average cost of Yoke is like 5 or 6 on day 2. You can check. A 10% Yoke is like 9 divines, 9 or 10 div on day 2. It was last league. Even 9% was worth like 6 or so. Now, I don't know what Yoke will be worth this league, but it wasn't really meta last league. It's just a generally powerful amulet for any elemental-based build. We're falling behind in our Yokes. Only got 3 in like 70 maps. Hope I get at least 6 in 100. I don't think I've ever done 100 and got less than like 8. This shrine automatic win. Come on! Oh man. Now I'm only getting one fragment. Ooh. Did I see the League Mechanic video from today? Nope. Are there any mods you can't run? Oh, there are several mods that are kind of bad. There's a few that you can't run, like... Can't do no leech. Can't do... think. Chance to avoid elemental ailments. You definitely don't run that. You shouldn't do reduced damage taken from crits. That would be pretty dumb. Those are like the really big ones that you really shouldn't ever run, even if you have like a super overgeared character. Can't run either reflect, although that doesn't matter anymore. Somebody mentioned if I'd seen a flame mechanic or whatever. I'm guessing that's what you're referring to. I see the unique item in the like same text holder. Map, no. Jeez. Nightmare don't need Quant Scarab. You can run that if you want, but I never needed it, really. I don't think it has much bearing. I kind of wonder if... Oh, well. 166 life. Wow. Yeah, I was about to say, I was wondering if the Eldritch currencies might be worth more this league because of no Mirage.
Fortune hunter alive.
And then the main league mechanic taking place off the Atlas. Or, you know, off maps.
Now is your chance.
Very scared of stability. No yoke. It's gonna be a real bummer if I only get 3 at 100. You know, this isn't that much better than Twister on the eyes. Ironically. I think maybe I just play builds that are like as aids as possible on the eyes of the player. I still got like this massive white flash. Hey, thank you for your RNG on Yoke. We're rock. Sorry for your loss. Oh, that's right. We did have double bosses last league. I remember that. 4th Yoke. It should have been me. How do we know if coin effect skills disappear? Yeah, I believe they disappear. Die from the freaking flask meteor again. Oh my god. I see the meteor falling. Oof. Oh yeah, well I had a streak where I had 3 in 3 maps. So what do you think of that? Still getting killed by that meteor. Huh. That's so buggy, dude. Oh my god. The flask meteor coming back into the port. I'm literally making sure it doesn't happen that way again. God, I have to like never stop moving. They automatically get flask in Abyss Smooth. You can't really stop it. Must have felt good. Yeah, I mean, I think it was highlights from a session, I believe. Yeah.
Fiend and fortune hunter alike.
Like, it wasn't something that was off stream. It was like on stream in a legit tracking session and everything. Last 5 maps? No, that was in the middle of a session. I dropped like 12 or 13 yokes in that session of 100 maps, I think. It had like already started losing significant amount of value then. It was still alright. Like, Day 2 is ridiculous. Yoke was worth a lot. Both fragments were worth a lot. Even the synth fragment was worth something, which is crazy. It's not a real drop. I really gotta fix my filter for that item. Nebula? Early from Cortex? Yeah, I don't even know what that item is. Right, I have heard that about Bottled Faith, yeah. Even then, I think most Bottled Faiths come from the Feared anyway, right? I may have missed somewhere, but how come your life's not going down that fast when you use Tincture since using Blood-Soaked Blade? Tincture is automatically turning off after 12 stacks, so very quickly, and yeah, it's an automatic thing. This is the easiest, smoothest way to run Tinctures, and this is what's different about the build this time. So Blood-Soaked Blade is still here, but instead of keeping Tinctures on forever with Legacy of the Wilds, which is like 40% increased Tincture effect after you have 10 stacks or more, which is huge damage, but that's why, you know, so dangerous before. and just keep draining forever. Now I'm spending in 1 extra passive, but tinctures deactivate when you have 12 or more mana burn, and then that kicks in right here with like perfectly times this up to give you the almost full duration effect after the fact. And so basically, if you're able to keep tinctures up on your own, you have virtually no downtime of tincture effect. Oh yeah, and we dropped another yoke. So yoke number 5. So 12 stacks of mana burn doesn't result in any meaningful amount of life drain. The reason why I have it on Blood-Soaked Blade and not on mana is because I'm constantly like proccing mana costing things with only a little bit of mana, and there's a decent chance that whenever you set your tinctures to drain off of mana that they will get cut off short really quickly, and kind of nullifying the effect of the Enduring Suffusion, not getting maximum value out of it. So this is just a really smart way to, you know, you don't need that much life recovery to deal with it. And it's like the best of both worlds. The only cost of it really is having to pay essentially 2 extra passive points compared to like having neither of the Keystone nor the Mastery. And yeah, I made this change because, you know, the build was very experimental last time. I wasn't exactly sure how much I would like it. I just felt like playing it this way, and I liked the build a lot, but in the end I felt like it was too much of a burden to deal with that. And most people would feel that way even more than me. I can, you know, put up with that kind of stuff. I'm very, you know, I have a high tolerance for that kind of gameplay style, and most people don't have as much tolerance as me. So if it even bothers me, it's just gonna like piss everybody off. And, you know, people want to, you know, it sucks the idea of people following a build and it being a really good build, but there's this one thing about it that, like, makes the experience seem kind of shitty, and, yeah, I don't want that to be the thing that stops people from enjoying the build. Diviner box. Oh. You still got to deal with turning tinctures on, and you still got to deal with aiming, so it's not like it's the most... So it's still going to be one of those things where people prefer Deadeye over Warden just because of those things alone. Doesn't matter how much more damage this does, or if the overall clear speed and everything is the same or better or whatever. People can't stand having to press a few extra buttons or paying a little bit of extra attention. Yeah. Yo, bro, when do you swap from Deadeye? Sometime in like yellow or red maps on the 4th Ascendancy. Actually, I often swap on the 3rd Ascendancy, but I think I will finally wait on the 4th Ascendancy. Generally, I recommend waiting until the 4th Ascendancy. Final 20 maps, everybody. I think we might actually pull this off. Get this done. So in 1 hour, I gotta be on the podcast. If we can do these 20 maps, and we can figure out the value of everything, we'll be up and out of here. And then after the podcast, I can make the video. Worst case scenario, I'll just do the closure of the video off stream. The new maps. What character gear budget at the moment? For me, it's day 2. For somebody who's for Giga Chat, it's day 1 budget, but for me, it's day 2. This is like, technically the gear I'm using for this showcase is like 2% worse than the gear that I had by the end of day 2 last league, and because I can just go in and look at my build guide versus the exact snapshot of gear that I had. It was almost a 1-for-1 copy. So super easy to do like an apples to apples comparison. Very convenient to set this up since that was the case. And there definitely is something kind of magical about day 2 fortress boss farming. It's like really lucrative. It's Fizz and Element. It's cold and Fizz hybrid bow. What? This game is lying to me. There's no way I shot even like 3 arrows into him and he's not dead. He wasn't even marked, apparently. He didn't, went through culling strike threshold. Yeah, so the bow, I mean, this is really easy. All you do is you purchase a pre-6 linked whatever item level spine bow, the higher the better, and then essence, deafening essence of contempt for Fizz, and then until you hit a high cold and a high attack speed. Is Yoke on my filter? Yeah. What do I think about Venom Gyre? I don't think about Venom Gyre. Not my cup of tea. I've seen footage of it. Looks alright. I'll probably do what I did in the snapshot and metamod craft to get the int and the strength in both. Oh, I thought I might survive that. What? 2 unique maps? PoE 1 harder to get into than PoE 2? Yeah. Yeah, it definitely is. Harder to get into than PoE 2. All I said is you essence, Fizz essence until you hit flat cold and attack speed. And then you benchcraft % Fizz. You're trying to slam 2 mods They don't even need to be tier 1. Mine are like double tier 2. Do need an open prefix though. So there's no meta mod crafting necessary really. I mean, it'd take, I don't know what the average cost of essences is. It's definitely like 50 to 100 essences or something to hit both of those mods at fairly high tier, but I mean, it's not that bad. No, not cold essence. No, it's better to go fizz essence until you hit cold. The reason is because this... Sorry, you don't even need to hit cold. You can hit any mod. So now you can switch the damage types. No, you can switch it. You can hit flat cold, flat fire, flat lightning, and you can switch it over to cold. Yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, like, to craft, like, that's one of the amazing things about a bow like this, because it's hybrid. Like, if you go for triple elemental bow, you can't swap damage types. But if you, like, you go flat fizz, percent fizz, any elemental damage, and swap it to cold. So all you have to hit is any elemental roll and attack speed, and, like, the item is basically done. We got our 6th yoke. Contempt is expensive. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's a little bit more expensive or even a lot more expensive. The fact that you can hit like 6 different mods, you know, 3 different tier 1 mods, 3 different tier 2 mods, and they're all equal the same thing basically, is a huge reprieve on the cost. Like, a lot of times you'll hit like 3 suffixes, right? And one of them will be attack speed, and you can use these super cheap exalts to slam in, like, and you might randomly slam in, well, you might slam in like tyrannical, or more likely you'll slam in one of the high tier attack, elemental attack rolls. What in the world? How much chaos damage on the ground would you like? Yes. All the chaos. Lee, what's up, man? Just doing a little fun little test. Two divination scarabs. Come on. Come on. Yeah, those are good scarabs early on. Cloister. Are there any OP legacy items I'm in standard? I think so, but like, I definitely have like legacy divination distillate flasks, a couple of them. Like legacy magic, basically just legacy magic find gear. There's several pieces of that. The budget that I have right now, I don't know, like probably like 10 to 15 div. Maybe 10 to 20. Pretty low number for this kind of farm on a bow build. Oh, actually, probably more than that if we're counting Inspired Learning. But Inspired Learning doesn't exactly do much on this strat. Like, I don't carry that buff into a boss room generally. But it is nice for Legion farming on Dune, yeah, definitely. Definitely some value there. Is this using Sinestral Dextral? No. No, I'm not using any fragments. Actually, I forgot about that combo. I think you're gonna drop fewer fragments if you do that. There is some sort of like weighting on the number of fragments you drop based on the total quant roll. So generally I probably would steer away from doing that. Realize I ran that far forward. How am I still alive? Resistance Shrine, the only reason I'm alive. For taking that to the face. How much divs needed for this build in the version of the second day? I'm saying somewhere around 10 to 20. Closer to 20 if you have Inspired Learning. Closer to 10 if you have no Inspired Learning. SSF Bible, you absolutely need this gem, High Shot of Pen, and this amulet, bare minimum. You kind of need Heat Shiver too. But like amulet and gem are like super mandatory. That amulet is pretty common drop though. Fairly common. Like you can chance orb it fairly easily, I think. Nice things about the huge AoE on Eye Shot of Pen is you don't have to stand necessarily like right in melee range to get the effect of the AoE into the tornado. Like that AoE range is ridiculous. So the single target damage is really nice even if you're standing a little bit far away. I noticed in my testing recently especially the fledgling is like super overrated helmet in terms of practical gameplay because you can't simultaneously combine standing at far range for far shot and getting reliable damage with cast on crit tornado. You can't do both of those at once. So you kind of have to choose. Like, generally, if you want to maximize Cast on Crit Tornado, you need to proc it constantly over and over and be in point-blank range, basically. So it really puts a hurt on that helmet, I think, for bow builds that are using that. And it's not like you're not going to run that setup, because it's, like, practically double damage. If you're, you know, doing that. What build are you going to do for next league in PoE 2? Not next league, but next economy reset. I plan to do Gemling Legionnaire Twister, since I held off on doing that. I specifically didn't run that build so that I could enjoy it in the next economy reset. Any clusters? No. No. We just have one inspired learning. But look at the build. Check POB. Or the Mobalytics guide, any of that. Obviously you want to get clusters eventually. Massive Wheel Thread of Hope would be first, though. That's what allows you to save a bunch of passive points. Wow, for the first time in my life, I stole Soul Eater. Oh my god. I haven't even stole this yet today. Oops. Can this build do tier 17s eventually? What does it look like I'm doing? Yeah, I wouldn't do any other boss with this build until you have Headhunter. Then you can. Fragments. Seven maps left, everybody.
Fiend and fortune hunted alive. Sorry, alive.
I already got 6 yokes, so I'm okay. Even if I get no more. That's got to be at least, like, basically average. I'm kind of bothered by the fact that it doesn't say exceptional for over 20% quality in the item. Does this take some buffs or nerfs? It's basically unchanged from last league till now. I think the only major thing that has any effect is 20% increased effective quiver mods with the mastery. That's what bow builds got. The mastery shift. Tato says, I actually want to play War, but if I'm going to jump into it already, so I can't play that for sure from pricing increase. So Ice Shot is the way to go. Thanks for the League Starter build video. Okay. Whatever floats your boat, man. Thanks for following along. Yeah, I'm not expecting it to be a super popular build. Nope. Very capable, though, for the budget. You guys know if any build guides are calling for Yoke of Suffering as the amulet? Chaos. The second one of those I've gotten. What the hell? One more yoke would be nice. KB, Cave Totem, Frostblade, LA are all yoke users from Mirage. Are any of them going to be popular next league, though? KB always has a certain size fan base. Gordon gets some love in 3.29 patch. No, not really. Basically no changes except the 20% increase effect of quiver mods. Which will be kind of nice for the end game version of the build, but not like the late end game. But with Ahu on his bite, it's not that meaningful. And if it's cheap, people will use it, yeah. Wrong unique amulet. It's so tilting if you drop like a unique Onyx amulet. It's like, what is it? Carnage? Heart? Or something like that. You kind of know if it happens though, because it drops before the... When Yoke of Suffering drops, it drops after everything else drops. PoE 2 reset. Why is that amulet drop again? It's random. Alright guys, last map. Map number 100. 100.
Fiend and fortune hunter alike turned to ash.
Oh my god, I went in there to... it doesn't really matter. Didn't want my 100th map to go like this. They still haven't reworked that side area. Remove it from the game, GG. Fix it, game. Finished. How long have I been streaming for? Alright, it's about 2 hours and 30 minutes to do 100 maps. Dang! Alright. Now I must get to work figuring out the value of everything. I don't think I have enough time to do all this, but that's alright. We'll see here. We got yokes. Oh, fragments. What is a variant of the build you're currently watching now? Early endgame. Ice shot. Astrolabe. No idea if that's any good. No 3-3. Oh my god, I got so unlucky on blueprints. Only got 1-4-4. What in the world? To get that many blueprints. I'm just gonna count these as worth 5. I'm gonna be really conservative since I can't really verify this. I'm gonna count every blueprint worth 5 chaos, but the full reveal account worth 50. So unlucky to drop this many blueprints and not get only one full reveal. think the best way to clean that up. I feel like I dropped a lot of Uber fragments. Okay. Wow. The strat leak now, everyone will farm yokes on League Start. Depends on how much currency I made per hour doing this. Probably. Oh, what? I did not pick up any contracts. Oh, I guess they're all corrupt. Are these worth like also 5 each or 10? I don't even know. Maybe just count all maps worth 5 each. I mean, that's pretty fair. Not the normal maps, of course, but like Originators, Guardian, Synth. Slightly lucky. You think I got lucky? How much are Uber fragments on League Start? Like, both Decaying and Synth are each worth about like 25 to 30, and the map itself only costs 30. So, it's impressive. Forbidden Tome. I think that might legit be worth nothing. Forgotten Tome? What's it called again? Yeah, apparently it's not even showing up on... Okay. Alright. Oh, dang it. I left some maps over here. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna have time to finish this video. I'm gonna finish it off stream, but we'll at least get everything set up nicely. And so usually we go over the final results on stream and it's part of the uncut VOD, but I have to do a podcast in 20 minutes. I think we'll just keep streaming through it though for today. If I can manage to make it work, we just stream through it. So I'm not leaving the stream. We just have to get this done after. I'm hoping this made like at least 20 div an hour. But I don't know. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8, 9. That's like 9 times 24 plus 9 times 25 divided by 94. Okay, it's about 60 raw div in... This is like 60 divine orbs in fragments. Okay, and then there's like 6 times 500 divided by 4 plus... Got over 90 divine orbs just in yokes and uber fragments, which is what makes up most of it. The investment cost is about 32. Oh yeah, I'm right at like 60 divines plus there. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh my god. Just in yokes and uber key fragments, I made 24 divines an hour. Net profit. Just in this category. That doesn't count anything else. Doesn't count all the blueprints, the divine orb, the Valdo box, the uniques, the scarabs, the div cards, the maps, the gems. Now granted, all of that collectively, that's a lot of categories. They don't count for very much. But, yo, this is going to be like 30 div an hour in the end, probably. Day 2 economy. The day 2 economy is crazy, though. I mean, this is in part because a chaos orb is, or a divine orb is just 94 chaos. That's one of the reasons why it's kind of weird, because just 94 chaos. Whereas, like, the Uber fragments and the cost of the nightmare maps kind of stay the same. They stay relatively the same in value. But like, damn. Damn, dude. Damn. Wait till you find out about Uber Elder farming? Okay, I'm up. I don't think astrolabes are worth much. $80 div per hour last league? What? On day 2? What? That's kind of wild. Wow, guys, I looted 63 Chaos Orbs. Whoa. Whoa. Crazy. Crazy. Yeah, I guess I'll do this. The voids. Scarabs. We have a ultimatum catalyzing scarab, so we have one major scarab drop. Let me quickly look up Valcaress. Day 2. You don't get burned out on playing standard before league starts? No, I like testing different things. Testing the strat to see how good it is. This is worth two chaos, nothing really. Wilma's. I am playing bows this league. Wait, Wilma's worth 2 as well. Bell to the Deceiver. One. Portal. I heard of Joe List before. Nope. What is the secret firegrass build everyone's talking about? What? Poison tornado shot. It's only worth 1 chaos? Yeah, these uniques aren't worth anything. They're actually not worth anything. Yeah, so that I'm gonna take a 10-minute break here. We're gonna come back for the a big podcast. I'm gonna be on with Miso Sheeter, Dead Rabbit, and Caltrack. This is gonna be a PoE2 podcast, so I'm actually gonna switch the thing over. But yeah, to anyone who's PoE1 absolutist, sorry. we gotta switch it over. They're mainly PoE2 players. It'll be my last PoE2 thing I do before PoE1 League launch. But guys, I mean, I made somewhere between 25 and 30 divines an hour on this farm. Freaking bonkers. Well over 20 div an hour just on the core drops, Yoke, and that's not even really lucky. At least with like average Yoke luck, that would still be over 20 div an hour. When I checked it in day 3, I was slower, I think, last time I did it, and I did it slightly differently. I think I only I was using a looser loot filter. That adds a lot of time. Actually, got to be really strict loot filter here. I think it was like 15 to 20 div an hour last time, but I was even luckier on Yokes if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember. All right, I'll be back in a little bit, and we'll get a podcast rolling. Stay tuned. Alright, guys, I'm trying to log in with these guys here. Alright. You guys see me okay? You hear me okay? Yep. Alright, nice.
Have you seen the God, I already forgot his name. Have you seen the guy that's doing all the gemling contagion shit?
Yeah. I did.
His
It's
perfect
super
strike
cool.
build is fucking cool as fuck.
Did you are you planning to use it for the build of the week?
Nah. No, oh no. That was gonna be. I was torn between those two. I'm showing a Kadachi build this week. I was gonna do the
Okay. I think
perfect
that's his
strike build next week.
first build to get out in here.
I think I've showcased Kadachi in like 0.2. It was
Oh, have
forever
you?
ago. Yeah, it was forever
Okay.
ago though. It's been a long time since I showed Kadachi.
Okay.
But then yeah, I think next week I'll showcase that perfect strike build because that one was fucking cool too.
Yeah, I was watching it when it was like even before it became Perfect Strike. It was a fragmentation
Yeah,
rounds
the
build.
fragmentation round. He was calling it the Thanos build. I was going to showcase that
Yeah.
one too, and then I saw the perfect strike one. I was like, oh, this one's way cooler. Contagion's crazy on the gemling.
Yup. Absolutely
I
crazy.
don't know why my cam isn't working right now. I have it.
I mean, if
completely
you're
off and-
you gotta are you using it work for the stream?
Yeah, I completely removed it from the stream just now.
Well, put it back onto the stream and just use OBS's virtual cam.
How did I do that again?
So on your OBS,
Sorry.
there should be a button that says start virtual camera. Next to it should be a little
Okay.
settings thing, right? Use the settings and then select either like scene or whatever for your webcam scene, basically.
I thought I'd be the
Technical
one with
issue.
technical
Camera,
difficulties
once
here being
again,
the new
sorry,
guy.
settings, and then
So if you go to this virtual camera, next to it, there will be a cog wheel. Press the cog
Yeah,
wheel
scene.
and then output type. Click like whatever it is, right? Scene or source, whichever one, and then select your webcam one. And then turn back on your webcam in your OBS.
Yeah, I don't think Rabbit's ever streamed to the podcast before. Usually he like
Nah.
hosts into the podcast, but this is the first time
Oh.
he's ever been like co-streaming with us.
I didn't know if we were
Yeah.
doing like a collab stream thing.
Yeah,
I've done it
yeah, we
once.
will.
Yeah, I think you're streaming too, right, Snoo?
Yeah, I am.
So let me go and send you a Knockerooski in just a second.
Okay. I'm a little hazy on how that goes, but I think I remember what I have to do on my end.
Yeah. Let me change your name so you're not X the Farmer X. You don't want to be that guy. You don't want to be that guy.
and then I need to use OBS virtual camera. Oh, no, that's not.
You have the
We
OBS
don't-
virtual camera settings as the wrong thing.
Yeah, wait.
I don't want to see your shitty PoE character. Get us out of here. Get us out of here.
Ex-
Oh, now we get his
okay.
chat? Oh my god, now I have to see his chat. Oh my
Okay,
god.
you can mess with me. You cannot mess with my chat. Okay, they will come for you.
You.
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, that's gross.
All right, we're synced up, I think.
Come on. Okay,
Oh,
now.
are we
Oh, I
synced
did
up?
it. Holy shit.
Yay, yay, handsome
Wait,
man.
Wait, hold up. Wait,
Who is this loser?
Oh, wait, did you
Hey,
knock
see
on
it,
me?
Cal? They
Did
are
you knock
coming
on
for you
me,
already.
Stu?
Maybe I did, but you showed up as a participant, 2 out of 6 participants or whatever. So
Wait, I don't see it for some reason.
Give me 1 second.
Well, I don't want to be the leader of it. Maybe I gotta like cancel
Here,
out.
just end it and then let me
okay,
knock on you.
okay.
Doesn't
I
want to
don't
be the
remember
leader.
the pop-up
Okay,
knock
shows
okay.
you
up
up.
for that.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
intense.
So I sent it to you. You should have like a thing on the notifications on the top right or whatever at the top.
Twitch notifications? No.
It should
It
be
should
at
show
the
up in your
top.
chat, right?
Oh, okay, okay. I see it now. I see it now. There's two different kinds of notifications.
Okay.
I've only done it like twice, and it's always confusing.
Rabbit, you ready for me to knock on you?
Yes, always.
All right.
By the way,
Um,
Miso, I was about to say that farming before the podcast for like a specific thing is lucky. I got my series communion right before the podcast, and I also did my voices. Got my voices right before the podcast.
That's crazy.
There's something here now. I'm like
It might be.
that's
It
why
might be
I'm
the
doing
secret
expedition
sauce.
right now.
Might be the secret sauce. Okay.
Yeah.
I sent you a knock, Rabbit. And Snoo,
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for you. Did you get it?
Oh my god.
Yeah, but it's not showing up on my end. So like I see the notification. It says Miso Shiro wants to collaborate. Click to accept. I click
also didn't get anything.
and nothing happens. I'm just opening up in my own world over here. I don't know.
Okay, hold up. Let me try to do it on my main PC then instead of my streaming PC, and maybe this will.
Oh my
It
god, this guy's
said
flexing.
canceled.
Main
Actually,
PC.
it's probably something that I'm not seeing here.
Here.
Oh my god.
Okay, let's
Are you
go
going to be a
knock
crypt
on
this
Rabbit
podcast,
again.
Dead Rabbit?
Oh,
Yeah,
now
he
I see it.
is.
No.
He
I'm
is.
just finishing
Yeah,
my
yeah.
expedition right now. I'm just finishing it right now. We're not in the podcast yet. Come on. I didn't expect I needed tech support. Okay.
I'm sleep deprived. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm
Rabbit, you
always
get it?
deprived.
I'm being
There it
sleepy.
is.
I'm
Okay,
being
cool.
silly.
And then let me
Alright,
send
dude.
Snoo an invite as well.
I just need to finish this one.
Just need to finish this one, okay? Just one more.
Yeah.
Just one more.
I'm
Okay,
not
I sent you an
addicted, okay?
invite, Snoo.
Just one more. Just one more.
I definitely
Oh.
didn't prep like 10 outdoor
There it
There it
sagas
is. I
after
see
the
now.
stream yesterday for today.
Yay.
Boom. Share in chat. There it is.
Oh yeah.
Got it. Okay, perfect.
Boom. There. We got it.
Okay, so we'll get that, and then let me get real quick snooze build thingy.
I sent you a
Rabbit, do you
little
have a
thing
build
on
of
the
the week?
backs of the Discord.
Oh,
Yes,
Miso, that's a cool
backup
build.
from
I
last
saw
week,
that
the one that we
too.
skipped. The one that we skipped last week. Do we still have that? I forgot which one that was.
I don't know. It was your build.
We skipped mine because of time.
Yeah, but what was it? Which one was it?
Yeah, I don't remember what
know.
your build was. It was your
Hey,
build.
no way.
I don't
This
remember.
guy
your
doesn't
build.
remember.
It was your build.
Was it
I
in
posted
the
Who
you
was
just
the
posted
guest
in
last
Discord.
week?
There
Last
was no
week
guest.
was no guest. It was just us three.
Huh.
This guy.
Dude, it's a week ago or something.
I remember what I had
Uh,
last week.
I
I
don't,
don't even know what I ate yesterday.
I don't remember. You don't think? I don't think you ever linked it to us.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to just pull something out of my ass now.
Classic.
That's fine.
Classic.
It's all right. All right. Well,
Give me one
I
second.
guess. Yep.
Yeah, no, you can talk.
No,
I
we're
just-
muted.
I-
We're
I-
waiting
We're here.
silently and
I'm
waited
30 seconds
patiently.
here.
Everything good on my end, I
Yep,
think.
he's
I
got
hear
to
you guys
finish
well.
his map. He's got to finish his map. It's always Rabbit just delaying us. It's always Rabbit.
Yeah. I know. So how you guys doing?
Good.
Good.
Cal is
That's a-
Cal's
that's a
got
small
stomach
talk, I get.
issues.
Yeah, I got 30 minutes of
What?
sleep and I have stomach issues. So this will be a fun
Stomach
podcast.
issues.
Dang.
Yeah. You ever had bubble gut before?
Yes.
I got
Only when I
bubble
took
gut.
too many
34 years
steroids.
old. What?
What? I think I had spicy chicken yesterday, but you know, such is life.
Yeah. Bubble bud? No, not bubble bud.
Not bubble butt, not bubble butt, but I do have one of those
now my
too.
chat is in the podcast chat too. That's why we never did it like this before. Okay, and then there's people gardening outside with heavy machinery.
We
Okay,
can't hear it. Don't
it's-
worry.
Yeah, give me 1 sec. All right.
65. Bubble gut is normal for me. Damn. I don't know what the definition of bubble gut is, but I'm sure I've had it before.
You ever had bubbles in your gut?
I mean, that's just like gas. I'm real gassy, I guess. Sure. I mean, I've been gassy before. Every time I go eat Taco Bell afterwards,
Ooh.
real gassy.
We had him on a podcast too. We talked about minion builds and
A
stuff.
gassy TV. Yep. Gassy TV.
Oh wow. Oh wow. The German coming in strong. Are you ready, Rabbit? Can I start?
Yes.
Okay, you good, Miso?
Yep.
All right, I will bring us. It's new. Are you good for 2 hours?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, I will bring us in. Hey guys, and welcome back to the Path to Exile podcast, episode 53, partner with Mobalytics. I am Kyle Torak, and joining me per usual is Miso, Shiro, and Dead Rabbit. And if you're new here, we have our audio-only format on Apple Music and Spotify. So if you prefer to listen instead of watch, check us out over there. And if you do, please give us a rating. Helps us out a bunch. This week, we have one of the legends of the PoE community and the Twister God. We have Snoobay here. Snoobay, we've talked about this a lot on the podcast. We've talked about like Twisters and how we've always been confused at how it hasn't been meta, and then just, suddenly this patch, it's just everyone's playing it. What are your thoughts on the sudden development of the Twister popularity?
Wow, man, we're just gonna jump right in, huh? Thank you for having me, by the way. Pleasure to be here. What do I think about Twister being a meta? About damn time, I guess, is my initial gut reaction. But yeah, I mean, back in 0.2, I stumbled onto it by just, experimenting with new Amazon skills, spear skills. And I think the big hype in 0.2 is actually whirling slash mobility. And so that was kind of the angle that was, if anything was going to be meta, it was going to be whirling slash stuff. And it did with like accuracy stacking and things. It wasn't until like 0.3 that Twister started getting more, I guess, notice. You guys might remember that like off meta Michael commentary about the video I made where it was like you couldn't see anything that was going on in the map, and like that went semi-viral. I reacted to his reaction thing, and it was kind of an interesting moment in the community, but it kind of fizzled out after that. Yeah, and then 0.4 just kept going, trucking along with the Temple. That was crazy Temple League. It was amazing in there. And now here it is, and suddenly everybody thinks it's, or at least it was, or is, like a really good meta-worthy build. League start build, even. Yeah, I mean, what do you guys think about the strangeness of the timing?
I don't know. It makes sense to me. Like it should have been meta at by 0.4. As like I think 0.3 was when people were really starting to like showcase its potential, especially like on Abyssal Lich. I think was the first time I saw a Twister Lich build. And Twister Lich was crazy. I remember Prada really maxing projectile speed on it, and it was crazy. So yeah, it was surprising to me that it took a little bit longer for the meta to catch on, which is always interesting to me. That the Path of Exile community, what defines the meta, it often is just like what's popular, but what's popular isn't what's good or what's best. Rather, often it's just whatever it happens to be popular, and I don't know. It doesn't seem like there's a rhyme or reason as to what ends up being popular sometimes.
Right.
It was exactly.
Go ahead.
No, Snoop. No, guest always first.
Okay.
We always have this.
I guess kind of finishing off the thought earlier, to me it's a combination of a long time coming, plus you guys know who Guy That Dies is. A lot of people in the community know who he is now, and he basically pulled the veil on Twister as a leveling build. And then, I mean, it was just, everything was off to the races at that point, because people kind of saw Twister as this sort of awkward, shouldn't probably mess with it leveling skill, very problematic, hard for new players and stuff. And I mean, Guy That Dies didn't prove that it was good for new players, I would say, but he definitely proved that it was, in the hands of somebody who's technically very good at the game. Yeah, I mean, I guess it was like second to none. I mean, that's what he basically showcased, and nobody was able to compete with the sort of numbers that he was putting up with that, and so he kind of elevated himself in the community as a voice to be recognized. Whatever he was saying was the best. People believed it, and I mean, he posted the VODs to kind of prove it on his end. So, it was that combination, and then GGG showcasing it in their own footage for the upcoming league. Yeah, that was big. That combo, I think, just really, the new ascendancy showcasing a league, and then suddenly it's being looked at as a more than just a viable league starter, but as potentially one of the fastest and best.
It's kind of how the community just also works, because there's quite a few different builds that could be on a similar level. I would say, without anybody actually realizing it. Was kind of the same with Lightning Arrow for 0.2 as well. In 0.2, Lightning Arrow was already extremely good. It was really, really good in 0.2. People played, that was before Rakiadas and everything, and people mainly played Invoker Lightning Arrow a lot. And that was also the league where we did the mirror ball crafts for everything. That was when I played Invoker Lightning Arrow. And then we in 0.3, everyone suddenly was very hyped about Lightning Arrow, but on the Ranger class and everything. So, and then everyone acted like this was like a new skill and everything. So it's just how people function like that a little bit, especially in like the streamer Twitch space. People always think stuff has been elevated out of nowhere. It comes out of nowhere, when at the same time, for some people that have actually been following all the builds and what's happening in the community, it's very obvious to them. And Twisters is just it's one of those. I think a lot of people just also didn't really like the playstyle on the surface level before.
Yeah.
So they never really gave it a fair shot overall, because I'm one of those people. I just look at it, I tried it once a little bit, it's just not my playstyle, and then I kind of left it. But then when you then see what Snoo also said, when you then see someone break a world record in campaign time and show how effective it can be in endgame, then people are all of a sudden really interested in that. So it's always how it's going to be, and we will have future instances of that happening probably every single league.
Let me tell you, as a person that's been subbed to Snube for a while, I've been following his Twister journey the entire time. Ever since 0.2, I already knew Twisters was S tier. Nobody believed me. Everybody said I was crazy. Everybody said that I was insane for saying it was really good. But true artists and true genius are never understood during their time.
Wow. Okay. We're gonna do this for 2 hours, right?
Yeah, Miso and
Get the glaze on
Miso
then.
and
Oh my
Snoo revolutionizing the Twisters together. You two are pioneers.
Yeah, I'm totally pioneering.
You have
Yeah,
a
I
very hard
definitely.
time
Wait a
getting
minute. Miso, do you even play Twisters?
I don't play it in endgame, but every single league since 0.2, I've played it as my favorite twink leveling build.
So you're basically a poser then. Okay.
No. I did what Guy That Die did. I played it because I played it during the campaign. I speedread campaign with basically the second coming of Guy That Dies before he got I just play a little more low key. A little more low key.
Okay.
I don't like to show it
You're a
off.
guy that dies without the Twitter posts. Or what are you saying?
I'm the guy that dies in the campaign. Yeah, I
Okay.
just die in the campaign. That's what I do.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Literally.
Without the
okay.
guy, okay.
We've had a really fun journey. I know you're about to wrap up and move into the PoE 1 league, but when you're looking back on the last 7 or 8 weeks of this league, Snoo, what are your thoughts on it? What would you give it as a score out of 10?
Ooh, just like an all-around. I definitely feel like it is the best league that we've had so far, and that has nothing to do with this current state of Twister. Getting that taming ring was ridiculous on top of everything else for that skill. It was totally unnecessary, overkill for that archetype. But if I try to remove that from my mind, with how strong Twister was this league, new ascendancy, new items and stuff. Yeah, like looking at the end game, campaign changes, crafting changes, could try to take it all in. I don't know. I'd say probably at least, if I'm judging it like it's a finished game, maybe like 7 out of 10. But if I'm judging it like the progress that they've made, especially from last time around, I would say like 9 out of 10, if that makes sense. Yeah, it kind of depends on how you judge it, either progression curve in beta or like this is a finished game, grade it, you know, something
I
like
think
that.
that's most people give like the in a vacuum a 9 to a 9.5, but I think like I think Fub actually said the exact same thing where he on a like surface level he gives it a 7, but like when you actually like look at it like for what the league is inside the early access, he gave it like a 9 or 9.5. And
He
yeah,
separated the game from the league, right? The
yeah.
league in a vacuum is just
Okay.
um very close, like close to a 10, and then but overall the game still has some some ways to go. I think that's what we all kind of agreed on, and it was kind of something that we all didn't really think about before that you kind of have to separate it a little bit, because I still run into these arguments in my head sometimes when I crash for the fourth time in an expedition, or run into the same bug for after 3 months
Yeah.
still. And I'm still on the like, oh, this is amazing. I love this league so much. I'm 2 months in and I'm still playing 8 hours a day and I'm having fun. Ugh, but these bugs and all these like little things and the performance and the crashes, and then it's like, yeah, you kind of have to separate it a little bit. It doesn't mean you're a hater or a doomer if you're saying these things, and it doesn't mean you're a glazer if you're saying the positive things. So you can separate it. So yeah, I think that's fair.
One thing that I'm really wondering is I get that they're working on Path of Exile 1. I get that they're, steering the ship, towards Path of Exile 1 land and all hands on deck, right? But, and they're also, on the other flip side, probably bringing a pretty big update for 055 with the new event leak and everything. But I wonder what's preventing them from doing like weekly bug fixes. Like,
I'm
I
tilted
don't, I don't
about it.
understand.
I'm
It's
tilted
like,
about it.
I like that 055 is going to come with a huge list of bug fixes, right? But what's preventing them from like maybe saying we'll cut down that huge list of 100 bugs to maybe 50, and then before the league comes out, we come out with 10 every week or something.
I've been
I'm
pissed
sorry
about it
to
since they stopped
I'm sorry to
patching.
interject, but there is like a huge bug in Expedition right now where people are actually quitting the league over it, because you can have invulnerable monsters in Expedition still right now, and
Did you see
uh,
that's attached to
one of the
corpses, by the
highest
way?
one of the highest chances that you get those is on the 10 rune remnant. That is like permanent boots. I've had multiple people in my chat that they have said they have lost the thing that they have been chasing for like a week and stuff. I'm on day 10, by the way, of trying to get the boon. If that one bugs out, I'm do you know that Summit 1G clip? That's me. So I really
H1Z1,
don't
dude,
get
back
it.
in the day was so rage inducing. Yeah,
I
it's a
said the
bad bug.
exact same thing that Miso just said. I really don't get it. That is one. I get that they can't fix all of the bugs tomorrow. I get it, but
No, it
the
doesn't
game
make
breaking
sense. Like,
ones, the
there's no
ones that make people
justifying it.
quit the league,
There's no
it has.
justifying. There is no game development company out there that just stops development of a patch when it's fucking bad. It's got bugs and problems. Like, they were doing weekly patches every fucking week this patch, and it was amazing. And then they just stop and they're like, well, we're done now, even though it's so bugged and problematic. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, it just, it was going so well, and I don't understand why they just think, we're gonna stop bug fixing when there is critical bugs in the game. I don't really care about like the expedition juicers getting fucked over. You guys are little sweaty dorks anyway. But no, I'm kidding. They should fix the bugs, and I've been ranting about it on stream. I don't know why they stopped patching. There was a window of time there, Snoobe, where we were getting those weekly patches, and that was unprecedented in PoE. That's what at least Gazzy was saying, that he had never seen weekly patches, and they weren't just like minor tweaks. We were getting new content, we're getting balance changes, and we were getting like systematic changes to some of these end game features. What are your thoughts on just that initial phase of patching? And do you think they should just like
Well,
continue
I
to
mean,
bug fix? Like,
as far as bug fixing is concerned, I was too distracted by the weekly temple nerf patches. So they just threw them in. They were a 2-in-1 patch. It nerfed the temple and fixed some bugs at the same time. Nerfed the temple, then fixed some bugs. But the funny thing is, there's actually a bug in the temple now where you put a room on the architect and it never destabilizes right after they delete the lock medallion from it, and now suddenly it's easier than ever to lock an entire snake chain on,
Oh,
on
beautiful.
the temple because of a bug, presumably. So yeah, so
I think
I see it too. I see bugs
this
myself.
league mechanic. I think he's just gonna just destroy it. Like next league, temple removed.
No, don't do that. I love it too much.
I like Temple. I've been at Zeri farming a lot. It's super fun this patch. It's just like I don't know, like there's just so many weird things with this patch. Like some people tell me don't enter Temple from maps. You get better odds at Zeri's lineage gem if you enter it from the map and stuff. And it's like there's just all these weird like it never makes sense to me. So I don't know. Temple is a mess still. I just had Zeri Rush. You've been doing a big snaking though, right, Snoo? How'd that go this league for you?
Well, I meant to come out with a video talking about it, and I didn't like the video that I made after looking back on it, and I feel like I tried to bite off more than I could chew with, like, I tried to make, like, here's all the different strategies you can do in the temple, here's how you do all of them, and here's how you know, do snaking. It's the most advanced one, it's the hardest, here's how, and all this stuff, and it was just way too much stuff in there. And I decided I wanted to remake the video, focusing just on the snaking strat and letting, you know, just referring people to other videos, like you said, at Siri Farming. In the case, there's another strat with just getting the temple currencies, tier 3 smithy rooms, that kind of thing, all the Val infusers and stuff like that. But unfortunately, I actually had troubles with the temple because it's very hard to maintain a really long snake because you like run out of destabilization rooms and stuff. And then I actually bricked it accidentally in one of the most messed up ways. Like all right, so I mean, I guess I'll explain. Almost nobody's probably going to understand this, but spy masters, you know how spy masters will delete each other, and then if the wrong one's in the chain, it transforms into a path. Yeah, so usually it's safe if you have a tier 3 spy master. You can put a tier 1 spy master randomly in the map, get a little bit of bonuses from it. Doesn't matter, it's going to destabilize next time. It's off on the lonesome self, doesn't really matter, it's just going to disappear. And you just do that, and I did that like hundreds of times. Oh, there's a spy master, just throw it randomly here, it'll be gone next time, next round. Well, that's because a higher tier spy master always defeats a lower tier spy master. In case you didn't know that, that's a thing. So if you never have to go 50-50 on that. You can like get a spy master where you want, level it up with a medallion, then it will kill a new one that you put in later. Boom, it's level 3, you're done. You never have to worry about spy masters again. But if you throw down 3 level 1 spy masters at the same time in one single round, here's what can happen. Spy Master A defeats Spy Master B, and then checks for the next one. Spy Master A defeats Spy Master C, and then suddenly Spy Master A is facing off against Spy Master D, the one that you care about, and then you lose the coin flipped yet again, and then boom, the brand new Tier 1 Spy Master 1 just beat everybody, and yeah, temple bricked, so...
That's hilarious. So it essentially, they just won. It won every time, leveled up, and that's hilarious.
Wow. It won like I don't even know how many coin flips in a row for that to set it off like that. I probably had to lose like 5 coin flips in a row or something for that to happen. That's
unfortunate. Wow, that's a bad way for it to brick.
Yeah. Well, it's okay.
Overall, though, like, did you feel like it was worth it from the currency per hour department?
That's a hard question to answer. So when you compare it to 0.4, people are going to be memory hold with how ridiculous that was. I think we were averaging like 70 raw divine orbs per temple back then in like the most high end. And then they like, what did they do? They double or tripled the divine orb drop rate. So to kind of put things in perspective, now we're getting about, on a perfectly well set up temple, maybe like 10 to 15% of the currency we had before. But even less than that if you factor in the Divine Orb drop rate buff. So maybe closer to around 5% of the raw currency we had before. That said, Temple was like hand over fist way too overpowered last time. It actually needed to be nerfed by a factor of like 5 to 10 to be put into alignment with everything else. So ironically, I think it is fairly well balanced. The problem is it's just super annoying to maximize and set up in a way, with or without, you know, pseudo-locking to the architect and that buggy feature and everything. You don't have to do that. You can kind of self-sustain about 2/3 to 3/4 of a temple with premium rooms set up. You can pretty much sustain that if you know what you're doing. There's a whole lot of mysterious tech involved, like, for example, another thing is the destabilization priority looks at how many adjacent rooms are next to the room. So if you want a path to sustain and not be deleted, put it out in the open. Make the last room in that path out in the wide open, not next to anything. And it will very heavily prioritize other rooms. You create the Sim City on the side where all that stuff can be removed every round. You don't care about it. If you do that, you will naturally expand the chain that you care about over the long time. But it is a very grueling process. And there's a lot of traps and pit holes like the one I described. You can brick it in, about 17 different ways. Messing with that, you can't take the tier 3 room currencies. You can't take the rewards from the alchemy labs or the corruption chambers or the sacrificial chambers, but you can from the smithies. You can't let the wrong spy master win in a duel. You can't chain the architect with a snake chain and then not have enough other rooms to destabilize, because they'll start turning other rooms into path. There's so many different things you have to watch out for. So I would like to make a video on this, but it's one of those things where it was so hard to do that I just feel like for 99% of people, they're not going to care. They're not really going to want it. If they knew everything I knew about it, they'd be like, yeah, F that. That's not worth it. But I am that 1% of players who's like, yes, let's do it.
Are you saying if they only had a fraction of your knowledge on Temple, they could?
Yeah. People keep making
Also,
almost like a meme about that. Yeah.
A little bit. There is also a bug in Temple, by the way, because I've been only at Siri rushing since we were on the topic of bugs. I've only been at Siri rushing because I think it is. I think it's by far the best. I saw RS Fearless and I saw you do the whole temple setup and everything. And once you get it set up, it's for sure, like, to kind of get the TLDR of what you say. Once you set it up, it's kind of worth, but the setup, is it worth it? And then most people will just gravitate towards it Siri rushing. And there is a bug in the temple right now, mostly seen in Atziri rushing, where you're not being able to place any more tiles on the top half.
Oh, dude, that is happened to me
So
twice this league.
that's another one that has been in there for 6 weeks now. So
insane.
Yeah, Temple is. I think Atziri rushing, especially this league, also is awesome, and it's probably one of the best strategies right now. But yeah, that's also held back a little bit with the bug. I would kind of be interested in doing like a real temple setup again, and I was even sent like Snooze temple setup multiple times on my stream already, but I don't know. I kind of had the exact same reaction that you just said most people will have, of like I don't know if I want to get into that, and then I just went with Expedition.
Until Temple is account wide or whatever, league wide or whatever, I can never build a big temple. I just make too many characters, and when you make a new character, it completely wipes it. So I won't say I won't ever want to do it, but it's just, as of right now, there's no way I'm sitting on one character long enough to build a real temple. Because how many days do you think it takes you to get your temple to 75 rooms, Snoo? A lot. A lot.
Going from one room to 50 is pretty fast, actually. But going from 50 to 60 is a very long time. And going from 60 to 70 is there goes your week kind of thing. It's very slow. There's so much RNG involved. And yeah, to speak on what Rabbit said, one of the things I wanted to say in the previous video is that, I think of the different strategies. That Siri farming is kind of like Temple for beginners, but that doesn't mean it's the worst strat. It could even be the most lucrative strat, actually. But just in terms of concept and what it takes to pull it off, the Siri strategy to min-max that is the easiest one to do, followed by, focusing on tier 3 room currencies, followed by trying to do a massive snake chaining strategy. And I'd be hard pressed to say one strat is way better than the other currency wise. I don't even really know, because I haven't messed with all 3 different strats and tried to test it that way. It would just be too much work to do that. But yeah, I basically lived in the temple for the past 6 weeks, and people wonder why are you not doing anything else? Why are you not farming expedition or whatever? And I did it for one day, and I was actually a little bit disappointed by how much loot was dropping. It wasn't quite as good as I thought it would be, which kind of put me back on my heels a little on thinking, well, maybe the temple is better than I realized it is.
I think,
Yeah.
yeah. Even just doing the bum rushing of Atziri, I think Temple is so good. The currency from it is just sells so well, and I don't know. It's of all of the things you can do in the game, getting 60 crystals is very easy to do. There's just so many travel maps. Like there's so many objectives you want to path to, whether it's cities, whether it's lineage maps, whether it's expedition logbooks. I don't know. I feel like Temple is very good. Would you say it's your like? Like? I mean, obviously you can't predict the future. We don't know what league mechanics are coming. But do you like? Would you say you like Temple enough to where it'd be like your main league mechanic long term? Do you enjoy building the temple, or are you just kind of in like a
Yeah.
science mode?
Well, buried in that question, there's a really good question buried in that question, and that is, if you could like design a league mechanic, what would be your favorite kind of league mechanic? And mine would be one with like maximum amount of effort, maximum delayed gratification, maximum gains out of it. So that's what made the temple so great in my mind, is that it was just ruthlessly hard to set up and time consuming to do so. But in theory, in an ARPG, if an ARPG is well balanced, the game should dictate that such a mechanic would yield the most returns. If you go that many miles to get to the end, and that's what it takes, and all along the way it's kind of like mediocre until you get there. It really has to be the best mechanic in the game, and if you're going to have a mechanic like that. And I'm really glad something like that exists. I think PoE 1 has some similar things, like the betrayal mechanic there, and Delve obviously is an example of such a mechanic where it just takes forever to really get huge dividends out of it. So I really like the game design from that standpoint. I had like a video where I came up with like 10 different ideas to fix a temple, and 0 of 10 were implemented, except one of the 10 was implemented mid-league, and that's the removal of the lock medallion, the effective removal of the lock medallion. That was actually a good change for the temple. Some people, I'm sure, hated it, but as far as the concept of the league mechanic, the way it's designed, when you think of it intuitively, such a mechanic shouldn't exist in there. You shouldn't be able to simultaneously lock rooms while the mechanic demands a certain percentage of the room be destabilized. It makes way more sense for them to balance it around the latter, where it would be destabilized. And they can change the destabilization rate. They can make it more forgiving in the future, and hopefully they do that. But a lot of adjustments need to be made on the mechanic. I love it conceptually, but the current implementation of it is it's really brutal, especially after 0.4 and what that was like. That it's really jarring.
If you take what you just said for the in that last section and you just put expedition in there, it would be the same thing in my opinion. I think expedition has the same vibe to it right now. It's in a concept, it's an amazing mechanic, even though there's like two very clear approaches to league mechanics, and it's the brain of breach, kill monsters, get loot type stuff, and then there is the expedition and temple type stuff, and I think both are great and serve a specific type of player. But especially, I think the ones like temple and expedition still have a little bit of ways to go when it comes to adjusting those, because I've had the exact same process of what I was saying about expedition the past couple of days, and that what Snoo just said about temple. It's like I kind of enjoy this in concept, and I would really enjoy this in concept when these things change about it. And yeah, I guess that's hopefully gonna be on the docket for the next one. I really hope that they're not just like keep adding, keep adding, keep adding, and then they kind of forget, because that feels a little bit what happened with Temple, because they added a whole new league mechanic that needed a lot of um power to then I don't know, fix again, or it needed a lot of attention,
Mm-hmm.
and then I don't know, Temple needed probably a little bit attention as well. So let's hope they not just add a third one now, and then those two get left behind a little bit, and then
Well, I got a
we just
question for
sit
you
there.
guys then. Since I think you guys will like this question, do you think that GGG should focus more on trying to make every league mechanic it currently has better, or do you think they should kind of focus more on, more quantity over quality, where they just keep implementing a new league mechanic every time, and people are just kind of chasing that new rush every time, and it's the new flavor of the season, it's the best league mechanic because it's the new one, it's probably the most lucrative one, and they tone it down the league after, and we just keep getting a new one every time, because that's kind of how PoE 1 works, actually. Or do you think we should have a somewhat small consolidated group of mechanics, and they're just fantastically balanced with one another? They each drop raw loot at a certain degree, but then they each have their own exclusive drops, and it's just somehow magically in perfect balance. But there's not that many choices of things you could do. If you guys had to choose like one avenue or the other, which one do you think they should focus on?
The first one, the PoE 1 approach, just quantity. I don't think what you just described, the second one, a perfect balance, a perfect economy between 5 of these things or whatever, that is not achievable. But in this dream world where it was, let's just say it is, I think I would still prefer quantity over quality. I think one of the coolest thing about PoE 1 is there are builds that are designed to that specialize with specific mechanics and farms, and I think that's freaking cool. And that only happens because there's just a wide variety of builds, but also a wide variety of mechanics that have different demands of what they require. I think that's more fun if I had to choose one or the other. What about you, Miso? You haven't talked like except for once this podcast.
I mean, yeah, not really big on Temple. I don't know if that was obvious, but
Excuse me,
but
where's my glaze? Where's my glaze, sir? Sir?
Sorry, ran out. Um, but I'd say that I'm definitely on the same boat. I am more of a fan of new league mechanics as opposed to like just having a small subsection of like very, very well tuned, well balanced quote unquote league mechanics. Because like it's always going to be where, and this is the beauty of Path of Exile 1, I feel. It's like there's a league mechanic that everybody likes for the most part. Like some people hate Delve, some people love it, some people hate, I don't know, uh freaking
Look,
Adziri
Harvest.
Temple
Harvest
or
sucks.
Harvest, whatever, right? I love Harvest. I think Harvest is super fun. I could do Harvest every single league. Like, and that's the beauty of the game is that there's so much stuff in the game, so much content that there's something for everybody. And if we were to cut it down to only a couple of them every single league and being the same ones every single league, I think that would be quite boring. And it goes back to what Jonathan said before about how they have to have a new league mechanic every single league, or else people just don't come. I think that's pretty important. But I will say that there was an idea I had at one point, and I don't know how well it would work. But I was saying that because one of the things about Path of Exile 1 is that there's so much content that sometimes it feels like a very overwhelming for a new player to come in, right? And that's kind of inevitable. And Path of Exile 2 eventually is probably going to get to that point as well. And the hope is that, I think one of the hopes for Path of Exile 2 was that it would be that more like friendly game with a little bit less of a, I guess, barrier to entry compared to Path of Exile 1. So it's like, how do you keep adding more content without making it so that there's just so much content that it feels very overwhelming to come in? And I was thinking like maybe there could be like a middle ground. And again, this probably doesn't work and might not be a great idea. I actually pitched it and Pet Chat was like, no, I hate this idea. But making it so that there's a rotation. So there's only 5 league mechanics every single league. Now you have the new league mechanic being one of them, and the rest of the 4 are just selected from the pool at that league. So maybe that league you're not going to have Breach or you're not going to have Delhi, but you're going to have, these 4 other ones. So it's like, Ritual, Expedition, something like Harvest, and then Settlers, right? The King's March. And that would be your 5. And then the new one, that would be your 5. Now, that not only changes up how you want to be farming, but it also changes up build variety and build diversity because you're missing uniques that are from certain league mechanics. So certain builds might not be viable that league, but other builds might be because of the certain thing. And as a build creator, you need to be very creative about what things you do to kind of make a certain build work with the amount of resources you have. I don't know. People hated it when I suggested that idea, but I think it
Yeah,
would be
I hate
kind of
it too, by the
interesting.
way. I
I'm
hate it
with
too,
your
by the
chat
way.
on this one.
Yeah, you're cooked. You're
it's
cooked.
also me. So like I don't hate the concept once again. But I would compare it to you can win with a rotation like that, because there's
Yeah.
always the people screaming and crying over the mechanic that they love being gone for that league is always gonna be on the
Oh
forefront.
yeah, 100%.
I
That's
would
why I
compare
don't
it
think
to
it's gonna work. I don't think it would
I'd
work,
compare it
but
to Counter Strike. There's a competitive map pool in Counter Strike where like it means that all the tournaments and everything in Counter Strike, they have like a specific map pool, and every once in a while Valve changes or rotates out one map, and 80% of the community probably just loves it because no one is playing that map and everyone hates it. But the outcry of those 20%, I'm telling you, it is. It makes it seem like they just did the worst patch of all time. So it would be the same, but even worse in PvP. In
oh,
PvP, like that.
100%. There's a reason why my community hates the idea, but it's like part of me trying to think about like how they can make the game sustainable long time without like completely making the barrier of entry too high every single, eventually, right? So that was just kind of part of the thought
Well, there
process.
is a way around
Yeah.
that. It's whenever you get to that point, you start PoE 3, and then you just like start, from 5 mechanics, and then whenever it gets bloated, you start PoE 4. So there
Got
is a
it. Got
cycle
it.
that will make that that work
Yeah,
a little bit
that's the
better.
game developer speaking. Yeah.
Okay, wait, I got a follow-up question. Would you rather them focus on bringing out new content, new mechanic every league, or perfect the game with no bugs? No bugs.
So, like for me, the entire early access, I have been bitching that they don't treat it like an early access. That's how they should have treated the last 5 leagues. Like that's how they should have been trying to fix the bugs and making this game as polished. And they are doing that. If you compare 0.5 to 0.1, it is so much more polished. But I don't know, just like literally to what we talked about at the beginning of the podcast, right? A little bitty crash out, like why aren't they bug fixing still now? Like they should be doing that. That should be their priority. So, by the way, with the expedition bug, I saw on Reddit. I don't know if this is true. Apparently, the immunity mob is because of corpses, and if you use something that explodes corpses, it gets rid of the immune mob.
That's why I apparently didn't have that bug, because people keep coming into my stream and asking, why are you not encountering the bug? And I haven't had it in like
Oh.
3 days. That's because I'm freezing everything. Everything that I kill has been frozen, I think.
Okay, that makes
That's
sense. Yeah,
probably
because
it.
I
That's
saw
probably
someone
why.
like if you just put a shout into your build and you can just shout to explode corpses. That's like what people are doing right now. I don't know if that's valid or not, but it sounds like it, I guess. So just throwing that out there.
Or you
On
could just
another
play
note of
Twister
bug fix-
because we freeze everything. And I didn't encounter that bug when
And
I played Expedition my one day.
and be blind within. Snoo didn't wear glasses before 0.5, by the way. Did it? If you didn't know this, he didn't wear glasses before. He had these now as prescription
I
because
think
he's been playing Twisters for 7 weeks.
yeah, that's the most common comment in my chat is how do you play this build without going blind? Or how do you play this build without your computer blowing up? It's like one of those two variations of a comment.
I have a
Yeah.
question for you, Snoo.
And what's the answer? Sorry.
I don't know. I
Oh.
just keep rolling with the punches. I have like a 3070 graphics card. I have like an 8-year-old PC. It's running me remarkably well. I keep the room air conditioned really well, so the room never gets warm too hot. That might help a little, but I don't know. And then I have brown eyes, not blue eyes, so that helps a lot with not going blind,
Oh, okay.
I guess. That's what my
um,
mom would say.
my curiosity about your thoughts on Expedition and the boons. I had an awful experience. Like I haven't really messed with Expedition because I had an awful first experience with it this league. My first time trying to do Expedition, I was doing it on a Culling Strike build, and ward minions are like essentially immune to Culling Strike. So it was just like my build was freaking bricked versus Expedition. So I've been like salty about Expedition since then, and I've gotten and they're not global as well. So as someone who makes multiple characters, spending 10 days to get one of those boons for a player power buff that doesn't copy over to my other characters, it sucks.
Oh, it's just me that's spending 10 days.
Well, I think it's a lot of people spending 10 days on farming those boons.
Rake,
I think a lot.
Rake yesterday went into Expedition because he said like, oh, let's get a boon before Rabbit. 60 minutes to get 2.
Really? What?
How's that a good system? How's
Yeah,
that a good system that it takes me 10 days, 8
trash
hours
system.
a day, and some guy goes in there and gets 2 in
I think
60 minutes?
I think that's called justice or karma.
I think you're just salty, Rabbit. I think it's just
Yes,
just
I am.
salty.
Like, I'm not hiding the fact that I'm salty.
I mean, you
am
should be salty. It's a shit system. Why would you put like? Not only is it player power behind insert RNG, but it's 4 instances of player power that you're weighing against a 300 divine item that most new players are going to take the 300 divine item. So, anyway, Stu, what are your thoughts on this?
Well,
Clearly, we have ours.
Since this is like the major topic about the boons, I guess I'll just insert in this moment that I played Expedition for 1 day. I let my chat tell me how to even do it. I actually literally didn't research like how to juice it up max. And so it was kind of fun. I let my chat tell me. It was just backwards from normal. Usually I'm telling my chat how to do something. And so on my 5th expedition ever, grand expedition ever, I got the 10 spirit boon. And then I raided Rabbit like
Rabbit
30
leaves
minutes
the
later. And he wanted me to unraid him, but we didn't know how to do it. So we just stayed there. We just stayed and gave him hell for it, I guess. So I don't know. Now he's gone. So I didn't want to open that wound again right here in front of him, but since he just keep going on and on about it, and you ask him about Expedition, I mean that's the last thing I was thinking about.
Right.
I didn't, and the funny thing is, I didn't even care about it. I'm not even utilizing that boon at all. The other 2 boons would have been
Rub it
better.
in.
Yeah, I'm not even like it's wasted. I would just give him my 10 spirit if I could, but can't do it.
Yeah, I would too. If I had 10 spirit to give you Rabbit, I would. But
Maybe I should start
don't want
farming
your
Expedition
fucking spirit.
tonight. Maybe I should start farming Expedition tonight. I mean, knowing my RNG, it's definitely not going to get it. I'm definitely not going to get the boon tonight. But imagine, I just got my voices earlier tonight. After 342 runs. So maybe karma will come back and
Wait,
it'll give it to me.
342?
Yeah, 342.
I got mine on 324. Coincidence?
Coincidence.
So I take it like, all right. So the serious question is like, so Rabbit dealing with like extreme amounts of FOMO here because he's a perfectionist and he wants to have his character totally done, every single thing possibly have. This is a major issue that a lot of players feel, myself kind of included, generally speaking. And I don't know, I kind of have mixed feelings about it. Let's see. So is the trend that they're going to introduce a new league mechanic and gatekeep an ultra RNG permanent character buff behind that brand new mechanic? If they're going to do that every single league, I think there's probably going to be hell to pay in the long run for that. So I don't really see it as being a good thing in the long run. This one time, it's like whatever, again, beta testing, I guess. But I think overall, I feel like it's bad game design. It's way too RNG-like. We have the permanent buffs, and we can get them, like the weapons at points. It's a deterministic way to get them. They're just part of the campaign, do the quest, and you get it, and you permanently buff your character. So I assume you guys are probably on the same page as me. We know Rabbit is, for sure, not wanting to deal with that extreme chase just for a permanent character buff. It's one thing to get like a super nice item you can trade for, crazy RNG for that, but a permanent character buff that's soulbound like that, I don't know. That's pretty rough.
I actually kind of like the idea of those things existing in the end game beyond the campaign, like being a little side quest. It's just this one is as brutal of an implementation as it can be because you're choosing between 4 of them, and it's weighted behind. You're also Alder's Legacy, which it's just such an absurd choice. It's like the weirdest execution for it's genuinely just bad design. That's the only thing I can call it. I can't defend a decision behind it. I do want to see more of it. I think like the stuff. I think the better direction to go is the stuff where like Karn sacrificed his level 100 to get us all the +1 passives. Like that is way like that's way cooler and way more fun than this. So I hope they do more of that, in my opinion.
and and I've been always, especially on this podcast and in general, like I I'm I'm from Diablo 2. I love chase. I love chase items. I love in general chase. This is like the main reason why I like ARPGs this much, because I like chasing stuff, and I like even if it takes, 10 days or whatever. I don't care, but I don't know. This one felt, I felt especially salty about this one so far. So I don't know, but I think in theory they are doing a great job of introducing more of these chase things into the game. We just need to find a balance about them. I like I think that's, in general, that's amazing. I don't think we were gonna have the boons again in Expedition because of the feedback, but in theory, I love it, and I really like that GGG is being
Yeah.
I don't know what the word is, uh not cowards,
Yeah, they're
but
taking
like
risks.
being
You know.
brave, and if putting this out there and having like a little bit of backlash. So I I wish and I know that they are gonna continue that way. So I like Chase, but 10 days in, it feels feels a little bit bad right now.
I think the big difference between this type of chase and another type, like other types of chase that have existed, is that there's no way to get it other than by RNGing into it. In For any other thing, right? Headhunter, Mage Blood, Runic Fork, right? The Rune Seeker's Call, everything, right? You can go and try to farm it. Like the mana runes, a lot of people are having really hard time farming it. But the difference is that you can buy those things. You could buy the thing that comes out of it, right? But for these boons, you have to farm it. And I think that's the biggest difference. Like imagine if the 10 like socket or 10 rune like thing, right? It spits out a rune or an item that you can go and trade in to an NPC for the thing, and you could sell it. You could sell it to another player. Like instead of being like, okay, well, I have to find this runic thing with the 10 sockets. Every time I get the 10 sockets, I can sell it. And then if somebody doesn't want to do the whole farm, they can spend however much money that thing is worth to go and get that. I think that's like the biggest difference between this type of chase and the type of chase that we're all very used to that we're okay with.
Well, I'm actually in
Agreed.
agreement with you guys, but as for a fun devil's advocate counter argument, if I'm trying to imagine if I was a developer, what I would say to counter this, and I think I have to imagine that what they're thinking in their head is their justification for implementing it this way. They would say something to the effect of 10 spirit, 1 extra passive point, and sorry, what was the other thing again? Actually, forgetting off the top of my head.
5%
5%
life
Yeah,
mana
yeah.
and
mana.
life,
Five all
and all
res.
res.
5 all res.
Yeah.
These are not necessary for your characters to succeed. These are such tiny, small, infinitesimally small factor in a build. You don't need these, and so they're just icing on the cake. You're supposed to think of it as, oh, it's this cool little chase thing. If you get it, you get it. Great. If you don't, you don't. Like if you want to chase it, fine, do it. But there's no reason to be upset about it because it's such a tiny power boost for what it gives. Now, that's not actually the way I think about it, but I have to assume that somebody on the other end of the spectrum would probably argue it in favor of it to that, with that kind of argument. So I don't know, just throw that on the floor and you guys let me know what you think about that.
That's very fair.
Mhm.
You're
That's the
right
only
that it
reason
is.
why I'm not up in arms about it,
Yeah,
right?
I don't
That's
give a
the only
fuck
reason
about
why I don't
it.
really care. Like there are
Yeah.
people who are going to care about it, and there are people
Yes.
who are chasing it and just can't get it, and they want it, or maybe they're saying like that 10 spirit is going to make my build like complete, but they just can't get it, and you know
It's
it would
principle.
be, yeah.
It's principle. It could be very minute. I don't think, for example, +1 passive point and spirit is I think it's not that small, especially for people that are, as New already kind of called it a little bit. I'm tend to be a little bit of a perfectionist, or I don't know. people have said it's not OCD, guys. It just
FOMO.
it's principle. It's in the game. I want it. You know.
Yeah. No, I get it. Yeah, I mean, I do feel the pull. I do feel the FOMO from it. It's just, I think Snube said the devil's advocate argument best, where, none of my characters have felt weak without those things. So, it's ultimately fine. Looping back to the upcoming PoE1 League, I think Miso's playing in it. Rabbit and I don't think Rabbit's playing in it, correct? You're not playing PoE1, Rabbit? You're not playing PoE1? What are your thoughts on this development cycle so far, Snube? We're finally sinking into this every 4.5-ish months of this PoE1, PoE2 cycle. Some content creators say they do feel PoE1 burnout. You're starting to see some creators like Gazzy starting to prefer PoE2 over PoE1 in some instances. Where are you at in this? Are you just like, is this your heaven? Are you like Captain Lance, where this is just like you're absolutely peak and you're not burnout at all? Where are you at on this spectrum?
Before going to, funny enough, Captain Lance stopped playing Path of Exile 2 way before anybody else did, which is
true.
pretty
He
funny.
went back to PoE1. Like, he was one of the few creators that went back to PoE1. Yeah,
and he went to what was it called, Age of Empires for a little bit too.
He was doing a tournament, so
Yeah.
like
But he
doing
stopped playing PoE2 even before that, which was I don't ever
like,
I don't ever
super
know.
early.
Yeah, I didn't really ever ask him why or ever figure out why. Anybody know why he stopped playing so early?
nope, I didn't hear.
Most people played PoE2 a long time this time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, as far as a player, I guess, I don't know. I feel like I would have a very different answer depending on whether I'm thinking about myself as a content creator or as a player, because I don't really think of myself as one and the same. I would approach the game differently, I think, as a player. Like, I tend to play the game the way I want to play it and then try to build content around that based on that. But I definitely go out of my way to, like, do extra work in the game to make content. And
Yeah.
so I feel like as a content creator, but also, there's the making money aspect of it. You have more opportunity to make money the more times there is. So more likely to get burned out as a content creator, I think, in trying to flip-flop constantly between the two games. But as a player, less likely. So I like playing PoE, PoE1, PoE2, like all the time. I don't have like any other games that I really want to play or any other. Like, I have some other hobbies I'll do every now and then, but as far as the gold standard hobby, it's playing this game or one of the two games. And I also think, kind of like Gazzy, that PoE2 is, obviously the future. And I don't know if PoE1 is going to be around forever. I'm not going to dare even try to ask that question, but I think it already is pushing on the door of being the better game. It's already transitioning into that. And it's pretty obvious to anyone who actually likes PoE2 and knows PoE1. Just about everyone, if they're being honest with themselves, will say, yeah, this is pretty obviously going to be a better game in a very short time span, if not already there. I think it's going to be one of those things where it will happen and it'll pass people by, and then they'll retrospectively realize, this game was I actually liked this game more than the old game, like even a year ago. Just now realizing it. I think that's going to be a lot of people.
Kind of crazy how fast the narrative switched on that, because I remember 0.2 and 0.3. I don't know, even 0.4 still, and 0.5 switched the narrative on that real quick. There have people really. I wouldn't call it flip flop. People are always entitled to their own opinions, and I think they are very valid, and everyone should like what they like. But the community sentiment took a real big turn with the release of 0.5.
Well, the weird
I
thing
think that's
about
just a
sorry,
Go ahead.
the weird thing about it is what most people don't take into account is PoE1 is a much harder game than PoE2. It's actually significantly harder. It's harder to break into as a newer player, and it's legitimately harder. If you have equal skill in both games, you will struggle way more in PoE1 than PoE2, regardless of what you're trying to do. Even if you have all the knowledge in the world, you still will, because the game is just more punishing. The monsters are harder, the demand's higher, the bosses have way more health. and the min-max requirement to dominate the content is way stricter in that game. You have much more freedom to play around, mess around in PoE2. It's way easier to build like a glass cannon in PoE2 and just kind of stomp on the content even still. Like I'm just now messing around with like basically what I did right now, because I'm being reminded of this. I set up a standard character in PoE1 to kind of test my own League starter in advance of League start. Like I mocked up gear for like a day 2 economy situation. And it's fresh in my memory how strong my Twister build is on day 2 in PoE2, and I know like what I can do content-wise with that. My character is capable of doing the content I want to do in the standard league, but it still gets slapped around a bit. Like I have to actually lock in, focus on what I'm doing, pay attention to how I'm maneuvering, actually dodge like a lot of mechanics, and I have to be a little bit cautious about how I roll maps, not to make them outrageously rippy. These are all things I don't have to do in PoE2. I can just kind of breeze through it and, just flow state right off the bat in PoE2. And that's good in a way. Like, that's what a lot of people want. But the two games are actually very different. It's not just like one game is better than another. It kind of depends on your pain threshold, like what kind of challenge you want to seek, and as well as other weird variables like how hard it is to break into it if you were already a veteran for 10 years, 10,000 hours versus 1,000 hours. It's a big difference between those two players. So it's just so many variables to consider on that.
Yeah. I've always disagreed with the statement that the two games are merging into one, because it's never felt that or looked that way. Like they just have a very different feel and approach. So I agree with you there. What were you going to say earlier, Miso?
I don't even remember at this point.
Well, I want to go back to what you said earlier, Snu, because I had this conversation on stream the other day. You said earlier that you don't really like playing any other games, and PoE2 and my enjoyment for it has started to make me not enjoy other games. There's just a level of creativity that is unique to Passive Exile, and the way I described it on stream was, in other games, if I'm like, let's say I'm playing World of Warcraft, I'm doing a mage and I want to do like a dungeon or something, I want to do an AoE farm in it, I have to ask myself, can I do this farm? I have to ask, can I do this? In every other game, you're asking, does the game allow me to do something? In Path of Exile, I never ask, can I do this? It's how can I do this? There is just a level of enjoyment from a creative perspective that has ruined other games for me. Where I can only like just casually enjoy them now. I can only truly enjoy Path of Exile 2, and I think it's that creative freedom that the Path of Exile as a genre has created, where I don't think the developers are ever, again, back to Blizzard, I'm a big former Blizzard gamer. Blizzard is always, if you're playing the game a way that they don't want you to play, they will stop you from playing it that way. Where I know like sometimes GGG will nerf you and deny you from doing stuff, but often does feel like times when GGG sees the players doing something or doing something weird or different, they're often trying to enable that. And it's just such a different feel and approach to the game from just any other game that I play. And I don't know, that what you said earlier resonated with me, and that's like something that's very recently dawned on me. It's like I don't enjoy other games anymore, and it's because of just how expressive PoE can be.
Yeah, right.
And I don't know if that's what you feel.
Oh yeah.
Cool.
This sentiment has been echoed in my chat as well, because I've mentioned this as well, and there's a few more people that have also said that. I guess it has to do with the fact that most of us and most of the people that are in our chat rooms or whatever are ARPG players. So yeah, it is something. It is an effect for sure.
Well, I'll give you guys a fun little story. So this will be kind of like a D4 bad moment, although it's actually D3 bad, not D4
Oh, we love
bad
those.
in this case. So the hypest I have ever been for an ARPG was whenever Diablo 3 was announced, and they were showcasing the new monk class, and it was like this crazy Fist of Fury thing that had like multiple different combo generators, and it looked insane, and you had like fast wielding daggers and stuff, and they allowed you to play like Act 1, and I must have theory crafted endlessly on ideas that for which I couldn't even technically theory craft. It was just concept theory crafting. I was like, all right, so if I punch one way with one hand and then do another skill on the other hand, it's going to like these two are going to somehow buff each other, and then we have a third attack, and then you're going to wind up this crazy spender off of 3 separate different generator attacks. It's going to be so hard to do, but it's going to be amazing because they're going to clearly the game design is set up in a way where they're going to make it so you just sync all this stuff up. Is going to be this massive like Kamehameha moment thing out of the monk basically. And in the end, when they released the game, you know what synergies there were between like mixing and matching like a martial artist style combo? It was one passive point that said you get 8% increased damage for every different type of skill you've used recently. That was the sum total of like synergies between setting up this insane martial artist monk class with all these different amazing looking rapid attacking skills. It felt so good to execute on them. It was really tough to do. But like where's the game design to encourage players to do that? How do you design such a cool class and not allow for all the potential on that? And you know, I was so let down. I was so incredibly I still enjoyed Diablo 3 when it came out, but I remember just thinking to myself like, I'm not a developer, but my God, how do you drop the ball that hard? How do you make a character that looks and feels like this and not allow players to take advantage of that? It makes no sense. And then later on, you know, fast forward several years later, we have pretty much every class in PoE has things along those lines. It just completely dwarfs all the shortcomings that I had experienced in the Diablo games leading up to then. They have a special place in my heart, of course, but yeah, once I switched from Diablo franchise to PoE franchise, I was not going back. That's pretty much just the way it is.
I remember that little demo that they gave for Diablo 3 where you just had Act 1. I played so
I don't even think
many
it was all of
hours.
Act 1. It was just Leoric, right?
It was
like
yeah, it's
half
just
of
up
Act
until
1.
Leoric, and I
Yeah.
played that so
Same.
much. I played it
yeah.
so much. It was crazy.
Yeah.
D3, the D3 hype was next level.
Mhm.
Yeah. I had what
Wasn't
you
it-
just described. Go ahead.
Wasn't it the most selling game at one point? Like, didn't it break some kind of record as the most sales within a certain time frame or something? The hype
Probably.
was insanely big. It also kind of started streaming, in my opinion, just from my experience. It was the first time I actually watched like Twitch streams and stuff. So yeah, D3 was
Well, StarCraft and League of Legends were
huge.
around at that point, so streaming was already kind of
It
popping
just
off.
like
but-
from my personal experience, it was like I don't know, I was 17 years
Oh
old. or
yeah, I mean there
something,
was a
and then-
lot of big
Well-
D3 streamers.
I think that was around when Twitch started being a thing too, because before it was
Yeah.
Justin TV. I remember
Justin
watching that
TV,
in
yeah.
high school, and yeah.
That's when Criparian
I
blew
was
up with
immediately-
the hardcore
Yeah,
stuff.
exactly. That's who
Yep.
I watched.
It's where
That's what I
Crypt blew
watched.
up, Alkazer blew up there too. Like
Mhm.
a lot of our, you know, the ARP
Kongor.
goats.
I know Kongor from D3.
Yep. We don't
Yeah,
talk
a lot
about
of goats.
the incident, but you know.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't.
I'm missing the
I-
reference.
I was just immediately disappointed with Diablo 3. I remember because I expected something else. I immediately was disappointed just by the look. They when it came out, I still played the hell out of it and I really enjoyed it, but I was just on the look, I was immediately disappointed because it had such a comic-y, non-grimy, non-brutal look. Because that was the Diablo franchise for me. I played Diablo 1 and Diablo 2 before that, and then Diablo 3 was the break in for me when it came to
That
just
cycle.
the vibe and style of it. And it continued in Diablo 4. Diablo 4 still to me looks like, I don't know, it looks like a mobile game to me. I don't.
Well, what
It might just
Snoobe
be-
just described with Diablo 3 was my experience with Diablo 4. Like I went into it at like, oh my god, look at all these cool toys, all these. I posted a video on my channel shitting all over Diablo 4. I cannot believe the design of those classes and that passive tree. Like you like
The same
I don't wanna get
design
into it.
philosophy carried over from Diablo 3 to Diablo
Yes.
4.
it's worse than Diablo 4, in my opinion. Like they amplified it. They doubled down on it. Like it's just. I had a bad time playing D4.
Someone in my chat the other day said, I thought that was a perfect description, like baby's first ARPG or something. It's like
Oh yeah, for sure. That's
it's
why it's
just like
popular.
put the circle into the circle, put the square into the square type deal. That's
No,
how
I
I
do. I
understand it,
like
and that's
from
why
I
PoE
didn't
will
do it.
always be better.
I heard Mephisto on the hardest difficulty was actually a challenging fight, but I never pushed that far.
Yeah.
So
Well, 2 seasons
I mean,
ago,
it
it was
goes to
actually
the
looking pretty good. It was looking like maybe they were finally fixing things, but then this last season apparently was terrible for Diablo 4.
yeah. I saw Rex on stream.
Yeah, he
Well,
was not happy.
wait, has there
talking.
been another season since the launch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
Oh,
been
okay.
another
I was
season.
like, what do you mean last season? What you mean launch? I was confused. Okay, there's another
Oh, the
season.
most
Okay,
current one.
There's another season since not
I didn't know that.
launch, but it was the one that we were playing in, the one where they added Mephisto and they added the
Yeah,
Paladin or no, the
the Warlock.
Warlock? No, Paladin.
Yeah.
Paladin, I think. No, was it Warlock? It was Warlock. Yeah, Warlock.
Gotcha.
well, we often complain about like in PoE 2 the game's too easy, right? The bosses are way too easy. But you know, one of the nice things about developing a lame game is that it's much easier to balance, because if you pigeonhole people and only playing the build a certain way, you know exactly how much life the boss needs, because there's only you can very easily understand the cap of damage that can be dealt in this game with this build. And so you don't have to, you know, constantly look over your shoulder thinking, oh, who's coming out with the next absolutely broken build that none of us developers could even imagine. And that's one of the upsides to making a game that easy or that simple. So I never really get too up in arms about like the current state of balance in a Path of Exile game, because I just assume that it's like an impossible task to somehow, you know, if this isn't even factoring in that there are newer players who have skill gap issues and don't even know how to make a build. Just taking into account the unforeseen crazy build that you can't even anticipate, it is an inevitable thing where every single league there will come a build or a multitude of builds that will utterly annihilate the hardest content in the game, turn it into a joke, and then every one of us will look back and be like, why do they make this game so easy? That's just going to happen every single league.
Yeah.
Because it's not
But
a
to your
lame game.
point about oh no, it's absolutely not a late game. And to your points about the balance, I cannot imagine balancing like a campaign and an end game while you're still actively developing weapons and classes that are missing from the game. Like every patch you're having to rebalance so much. You added like 20 new support gems, throws out the entire balance of so many skills and stuff. Yeah, a mechanic like Ward, there goes all the balance you just did. Like you have to get like a weird baseline, but the range of balance around that baseline is just going to be have so much variance that it would take. I mean, look at PoE1. Like there's no world you're getting it balanced like to like a perfect balance sense. Yeah, I agree.
GG
If
loves
they give
giving
the
themselves
player-
more work.
Yeah, that's what they do, and they love giving the player freedom, and that's exactly the reason why Snoo said it's really hard to not have it in a way that people just one-shot pinnacle bosses, right? Because they give us that freedom to build characters that deep and strong. There's probably every single league there is something. There's a ton of builds every single league where they probably look at them and went like, "Oh, I never imagined when we designed this that it would be used this way." And for me, that's a sign of a good game, not a bad game.
Yeah, it's what I play for. It's my all my enjoyment from this game comes from just
Oh,
that.
you like making builds?
Yeah,
Well,
I didn't know that
a
about
little
you.
bit.
The other side of this conversation is if they were more strict and they made it more challenging, if they gave the bosses 10 times more health and stuff, you know exactly what happened. There'd be a ton of people screaming, what's up with the build diversity here? Nobody's playing a bunch of different builds. We can't do any build except these builds. We all have to do the meta every single league. This is actually something that currently plagues PoE1. It's plagued it forever because the game is harder and players feel more obligated to play meta builds. Strong builds have been made that, you know, are just like several degrees above some random good build that somebody might come up with. And PoE2 doesn't have that much of a problem. So it is kind of, I look at this as kind of a blessing in a way in PoE2 because that's that's like the pendulum swinging thing. If the game is easier, there's more build diversity. If the game is harder, there's less build diversity and less freedom to make whatever build you want. And there is no real perfect world on this. So anyway, that's basically all I got to say on it. But there's so many different ways of looking at it.
Yeah. I think one of the easiest solutions. I mean, I guess I'm just biased, but I love Delve, and I love and to be honest, like how Old Temple was set up, I love too. Like I love content that and Expedition now. I love content that when you juice it, it gets harder. But that's optional difficulty. You don't have to giga juice Expedition. You can kind of juice it, and it won't be too hard, and you'll still make good divines, right? So I like those types of things, like Delve. You just go deeper and deeper, and eventually it is like unbearably hard, right? For the average player, they're not ever going to feel that pain. So I think it's just looking for opportunities to add balance points like that. Because I've like outside of the like, I wonder how difficult Expedition is without the bugs. But from what I've heard, it's very challenging content, which
Mhm.
is which is fun.
Yep.
And then Old Temple was absurdly challenging. I actually like doing like joining group temple runs and like pushing my build last patch. So yeah.
I mean, we had for Expedition, we had what was it? Fub Gun's like 10 mirror build, just getting one shot by a rare monster, or it was a white monster or something like that.
I mean,
Expedition's crazy.
that's nothing really to do with any amount of divines invested. It's just that was it's like, yeah, that will I think Expedition is fun that way. It's
Yeah.
exactly what Cal just said. It's super fun that way. If it wasn't that stuttery, it would be amazingly fun to have these like insanely high HP and high damage waves and everything, because it's just a limit test for a build. The only problem right now, it just becomes extremely stuttery, and then for some people apparently there's a bug, which we now know you can probably not get if you manage to shatter all the corpses. But yeah, in theory, once again, really, really good.
Um, just like to finalize the topic around PoE 1. I mean, we have the upcoming league, Snoo. You and Miso are playing it. What are your thoughts on like just what's coming with this league? To me, one of the biggest changes for the game is the change to the colors. That's always just something that's been one of my biggest like new player gripes from playing PoE 1. What are your thoughts on that change as a veteran? And like, how excited are you for this league?
When it comes to the league mechanics, I'm not generally somebody who jumps on the hype train and wants to try the new league mechanic. People describe this as like underwater heist, or is what it looks like something. Or even had somebody said earlier it looked like a temple from PoE 2 in the new game, a little bit like that. Is setting up your rooms the way you want. So as far as just the brand new mechanic, I guess, to be completely honest with you guys, I'm really not that excited about the PoE 1 League. I decided I'm going to phone it in a little bit here. I'm actually playing back the same league start I did last time. I'm going to enjoy the new Atlas. Actually, what I'm looking forward to more than a lot of things is just experiencing the new Atlas overhaul that they did last week, which was a very good overhaul that they did. I really enjoyed getting my Atlas completed much more so than in leagues prior to that. And it's kind of doing just the same old same thing, like Legion farming, nightmare map boss rushing, making good currency there. This time around, I might actually play like a totally different type of build in the end game, but I'm going to league start with something comfortable. I'm not really going to mess with the league mechanic in any major way. I'm going to be listening in, keeping my eyes out on what's going on with the crazy crafting meta stuff, the legions being able to like craft on unique items, or make brand new unique items there, and then like the pseudo Hinakora locks that are coming into the league mechanic. I think it's going to be more of an interesting league as far as crafting than it will be as far as like gameplay. Yeah. What about you, Miso?
What about you, Miso? Yeah.
I mean, this league, I kind of feel the same way with a Snoo about like my excitement for the league. I was pretty dang excited for Mirage this league, and I think for me at least, it's due to the fact that the Path of Exile 2 league has just been so fun that I still don't really want to stop playing it. But I feel like, again, I talked about this last podcast. I feel like for me as a content creator, I want to be in the know about what's going on, and I want to still play both Path of Exile 1 and 2 whenever the new content comes out. So I'm going to be coming in playing it. I'm kind of deciding between whether or not I want to do a Cyclone Slayer build, or I might do a Mamba build, Peaconk transition to Mamba for my League starter. And when it comes to the mechanic itself, I actually thought it was more like kind of like Expedition, except instead of having to plan out the explosions kind of, you just kind of go and explode it as you go. And in a way, it's like I kind of wish some Expedition was like that, where it wasn't like such a big planning thing out, and it was more like I explode this one, mobs flow out. I explode the next one, mobs flow out. A little bit less thinking, but I am probably not going to play the new League mechanic much again. Same as Snoo. I'm not really that type of person. I'm probably going to play the new Abyss, the reworked Abyss. That's probably where I'm heading towards. But in terms of like the, I guess, crafting stuff, it seems pretty dang insane. Being able to like hit a fracturing orb and be like, hey, I'm going to have a couple choices between which fracture I want to grab. That sounds really dang powerful. And to be honest, kind of makes me feel like this might be, if they keep this mechanic core, it might just be something most people will interact with at least once during their crafting process, because it does seem pretty dang strong. Because it's just, hey, did you want to craft something with an orb? What if you use this and you got a couple outcomes and you got to choose between those outcomes? That's what it seems like to me.
And the cool thing about stuff like that is you never know if something like that, mechanic wise, the fractured choice works its way over to PoE too. So,
Yeah.
who knows? But back to our the earlier question, Snoo. What are your thoughts on the color change? 'Cause I'm really curious about what you think of the socketable changes as a veteran.
Okay. So yeah, I mean that's a good change. The first the instinct reaction is okay. This is good for new players who want to go from PoE 2 to PoE 1. Actually, give them a little bit of a break with especially Act 1 dealing with. I mean, it's so infuriating when you get like an upgrade piece that's like really really good, and then it just bricks your main link, so you can't use it. So you hold it in your inventory, and then like 3 acts later, you realize, I still have that piece of gear, and now it's worse than my current one, which I upgraded in the meantime. Oh, it would have been really nice to use that item back when, and now it's just trash, so I guess we'll just throw it on the ground. That's an experience everybody has, whether you're a veteran or new, and it's really frustrating as a new player. When you're a veteran, you just kind of deal with it, and it's just part of it. I guess, it made me think, what do I think of, like, links, though? Because it's a little bit of a slippery slope in a way. If they remove socket colors, maybe they remove linking, too. Maybe they remove socket count too. I don't know, because that's kind of what PoE 2 is like right now. I'd be kind of curious what you guys think about that. The part of me is like, oh no, you can't change the game in a core way like this. This is integral to this game. It doesn't matter if it's like really annoying or whatever. This is part of the game. Don't mess with my game, dude. But then it's like, yeah, but is anybody gonna miss that? Is anybody gonna miss the colors being an annoying thing you deal with? So I don't know. Maybe you guys can tell me.
That is no, that is a very good way of looking at that. Yes, it is a core integral part of the game, so it's like it is a very slippery slope. But to your final point there, does it really break or ruin or make the experience worse? No, it makes the experience only better. But I do think your like warning words of it is a slippery slope, because like I hadn't heard anyone ever say like, what if they remove links? What if they just make it easier to get all the back socketables, just like PoE 2? You just slap it with a perfect jeweler orb, like that is a very good point. It could be a very slippery slope. I think that this is a like, at least from my optics as a newer PoE 1 player, as someone who like does get very frustrated in those moments you described, this is only a win. But I do like your little like warning there. Just this. Make sure GGG's having lots of meetings before they make these changes of like old systems. What about you,
I,
Miso?
I mean, It's like again, it is a weird situation because like in many cases, when I think about Path of Exile 1, like one of the first things I think about as a new player, it's probably not the case, but as an experienced player, as somebody who has played the game for years, what some of the first stuff that I do think about is sockets, socket color, links, all those things, right? Seeing that inventory menu with all of the sockets and all the stuff, like that's like a very core and unique part about Path of Exile 1 that when it came out, right, to me, it was like one of the big innovations of Path of Exile 1, where it was like, wow, this is a really cool way that they're handling skills and how you upgrade it. I've never seen this before in any other ARPG or any other game, in fact. This is really awesome. But then, so it's like really hard for me to even imagine a world where Path of Exile 1 gets rid of links and things like that. But that's just kind of maybe me being a boomer, can't teach an old dog new tricks kind of type of guy, where it some in a way like the socket stuff, like the colors is a great change. I love that change. But then going towards links, that kind of makes me feel like, ooh, are we deforifying this game type of situation? And like, yeah, it's like a weird place where I'm sure it's like such a great, it would be a really nice QOL, but it kind of takes away the identity of Path of Exile 1, in my opinion. So while I would probably lean on the side of don't get rid of it, but maybe that's just me being a boomer. Because the way I would imagine it is like they probably won't do like the Path of Exile 2 thing where everything has like the full sockets. They might be like, okay, if your character is using a one, so imagine the Path of Exile 2 socket system, right? Skill gem and socket system, except instead of the skill gem itself being the like header thing, it's a piece of gear. So it's like you have your chest armor, and then this chest armor will just have a certain amount of sockets based off of maybe the chest armor itself or the level. And then, if you're using a one-hander, it'll give you like a menu with like a one-handed weapon icon with 3 sockets, or like a two-handed weapon with like 6 sockets, something like that. So that's how I would imagine it being. And yeah, it feels a little bit, not very Path of Exile 1, but that's just me being more of a boomer, I think.
Okay. I mean, we've spent 90 minutes of the podcast talking about the intro of the show. We haven't gotten to any of the real main topics yet.
damn.
Let's dive into rarity and farming then. If we're going to do one of these topics. What is your thoughts about rarity, Snoo? Have you done much rarity maxing this league? Do you like the state of rarity of previous patches? What direction do you want GGG to go with it?
All right, real talk. I had a 75 room temple with 160% rarity, and I was averaging about 7 or 8 divine orbs per temple. And then I got 190% rarity on my character, and I was averaging 8 or 9 divine orbs per temple. So rarity good.
Do you like it being a stat on gear?
Yeah, I am a fan of rarity. I like it as an alternative form of end game gearing. I know a lot of people don't see it that way. They want it to play it in the power fantasy all in power. Like I've talked about this so many times in the past. It's been a while since I've talked about it. There's the power fantasy and the loot fantasy players. They're like two separate players on a spectrum, and people who are more along the side of the power fantasy, they love every bit of like gear upgrades and things to be towards power and making the numbers go higher, the DPS numbers go higher, the boss kill times numbers be lower. And anyone who's on the loot side of the fantasy, they don't really care how we arrive at a place. They just want more loot to drop. Whatever makes more loot drop is good. And that's kind of what I was playing off of a second ago. And so that is where the disconnect is, mainly between players who hate rarity versus players who love it. I think the nice middle ground here, because I've thought a lot about this, GGG has a brilliant way of introducing rarity and mechanics that are more on like the recipient end rather than the player side end. So, for example, juicing up your waystones to get a bunch of rarity baked into the map, or increasing the modifiers on rares to get a bunch of rarity baked into the monster, or Asmiri wisps if we imagined a world where wisps were actually really fun and interactive. Those would all be great scalers, multiplicative scalers to increase a loot or expedition, tailing on a bunch of additional modifiers, having the opulent modifier that you can like aim for and things like that. That has nothing to do with the player's gear and stuff. So, in my opinion, if GGG can figure out a way to leverage multiple avenues of rarity on the receiving side in the monster, in the area, things you boost in advance, the rooms and temples, things like that, as long as they keep pushing, the limit of what they can do on that end, I'm fine if we have to give up rarity on the player side. Because at the end of the day, then it just becomes one avenue of rarity. The biggest reason why I like rarity on gear is because if it was the only form of rarity, I would be like, no, you don't get rid of this. It's mandatory. We need to have it because we need more loot to drop. But if it's like 1 in 10 forms of rarity that are scaling up the loot on monsters, well, then I can more easily give it up. Because I can say, okay, fine. If I go from 10 to 9 scalars on rarity and the one I give up happens to be the one tethered to gear, okay, we'll make the power players happy. I'll still be happy. GG is pushing the limit constantly on giving us rarity in other ways. Okay, I can deal with it. So that's I've thought about this a lot over time. I haven't talked about it in a while, but that's my kind of overall thoughts on all that.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to bring it up with you, because I don't think we've ever had any person on the podcast like remotely defend rarity. At least since 0.2. It's been a constant rarity hate fest, but I know there is that group of player base that I think you broke it down perfectly. There's the power chase, and then there's the loot chase, and there are very different mentalities and approaches to the game. You have people who are currency players, and then you have people who are after killing bosses, and they just think differently. And yeah, I like that thought of enabling it. So you're not pushing yourself to insert absurd rarities. Because I remember, like, what was it, like 0.2? People were doing like 400% rarity, like farming and stuff. Like you haven't felt the need to do anything like that.
I've always taken a balanced approach for the game ever since I first came onto the scene, and people thought of me as some sort of rarity guru at a long while back. I never was somebody who was playing with like, oh, I got to play on standard league with all the legacy quant gear and stuff. I was never that person. I was like, okay, well, if we get rarity here, but we give it up here, we'll have more power, and then it only takes us X amount of time to do a map, and if we combine X amount of rarity with X amount of time to do a map, we actually get the most dividends out of that. I've tested it, with various different settings on that, and that's what I became known for, especially in the beginning when I was making content. I did a lot of rigorous testing like that, and so I've always just taken a balanced approach because that's the way I saw it. If I want the most loot I can possibly get, because I'm a loot-oriented player, time is a variable in that equation. Power on the character is a variable in that equation, and then so is rarity on the character if it's allowed. But I'm not going to go off the deep end and go around with in PoE 1, like what's the Wind Ripper, which has been nerfed to the ground, some joke of an item now, and nerf my damage like 10x just because I can get a little bit extra rarity on it. Like, that's an example of going off the deep end, trying to get, in PoE 2, what are like 500% rarity? Unless you're playing in groups and you're got rarity bots and things like that, it's probably not advisable, I don't think.
What about Rabbit? What are your thoughts on rarity? I know you used the rarity juice, right?
Always.
Still does.
Oh, you still do? Oh, you are such a slut.
Excuse
to the
me?
meta. You can't help yourself.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that? No, it's exactly what Snoo just described it as. It is a end game. It's a min max. We always have the same thing happening every single league. People optimize towards power. They want to do all content, and once the character reaches a certain threshold, then the optimization goes towards speed and rarity, right? But I still don't like rarity the way it is now, even though this league felt like the league where it seems to be the least necessary. I don't know, just from a field perspective. I've played basically 0 rarity up until this character that I'm playing right now. So it didn't feel necessary at all, because you still get very good currency drops even with 0 rarity, it felt like. And a lot of the farming that you are doing is not really based on just raw currency drops. For and it never will be, I think, also. It just, as soon as rarity affects currency, you just need to make sure that it is not that there is not like huge outliers, that people are dropping 10 times the amount of raw currency just because they added some suffixes on their gear. So I don't know. I keep flip flopping on rarity. Overall, I think there's a much more elegant way to solving rarity in PoE2, and that is just tying it to content difficulty rather than me just throwing divines at a character and then being able to add 150% rarity on the character. I think there's just a more elegant way of doing that. I don't know. I'm rolling with the punches, and you might call that being meta adjacent.
So I
I
got a
don't
follow-up
care.
question. Can I ask a follow-up question for you? What if GG came
No.
out with a mid-league patch and they introduced a brand new boon, 10% increased player rarity permanent to your character? How would you feel then?
Oh, dude, he like look how upset he is. Like like the blood left his face. He's just.
I'm sorry, I had to.
Do I seem upset?
Did you see the comment in chat that said all that rarity and 0 boons? Feels bad, man.
That's what made me think of
Haha,
that
funny.
actually.
Super,
I saw
very
that comment, I
funny.
thought of it then.
I dropped a Hinikora's luck yesterday, by the way. Haha,
Yeah,
very
yeah.
funny.
Wasn't that 2 days ago? Jeez, did you
I
get
don't
another
know.
one?
The days are, I don't know.
The
It's
days are
all
blurring. That much
all-
expedition is
it's
blurring.
it's all becoming one. But yeah, if you could, that's actually what people are saying, by the way, in chat sometimes, which I'm not sure at this point if it's rage baiting or not, but people coming to the chat and being like, are you sure you have enough rarity to get the 10 rune remnant?
What if it's
I'm not
what if you need negative rarity to farm it? So you could
Mhm.
be screwing yourself over, dude. Got to go
Yeah.
lower.
Hot take, negative rarity. I know it's not a topic of conversation anymore, but negative rarity is the same as going positive rarity.
Oh yes, it's the exact
Yeah.
yes.
Because we had that
Yeah.
whole discussion. I know there was some discussion last leak around that with like some content creators. I don't remember what it was, but
You're adjusting your rarity to get more currency. Okay, like it's the
Yep.
exact same. The outcome is the same. So
no, but overall with the whole rarity discussion, it's always going to be important to mention that only a fraction of the knowledge, no, not a fraction of the of the currency you make within a league comes from raw currency drops. I have like 2,000 divines on my pilfering. I have my tracking scroll from the Ange is 100 times, or I don't know, like an insane amount more. So yes, rarity is a thing, but it's not the only thing deciding whether you make currency or not. By far not.
so, so you're no longer on the because I think in like 0.3 or 4, you were at one point like get rid of it, just get it off of gear
No,
now. So
I'm
you're like,
still saying get rid of it, but that
oh, you're
doesn't
still
mean
getting
I'm
rid of it
like
on gear.
out of principle not building rarity now. No, it's like I'm
Yeah, right. Yeah.
yeah.
What are your thoughts, Miso?
I mean, I think that for rarity, it's an interesting topic because I think the tone for rarity kind of really shifted once we started. I think in 0.4, when they really made it so that the league mechanics were dry, like the drops from the leading mechanics themselves really started driving the amount of income that you're making from farming. I think in 0.1, 0.2, most of your money was coming from the raw divs and the raw tinks, and that was where rarity was the biggest problem. And then in 0.4, not only did they make rarity less effective, which I think Mark mentioned that as a thing that they did purposefully, while they figured out a solution for rarity, they just lowered its effectiveness. In 0.4, they did that, but also made it so that the league mechanics themselves were just the main drivers of your income and your currency. So as a result of that, rarity has become less important over time. And then that's when I think the tune for rarity really started shifting, being like, maybe rarity isn't all that bad. But I do think that is still the main issue for me about rarity is that it is something that will never not benefit your character as long as it can do the content, which we know is fairly low in terms of its ceiling right now. So if you can fit the rarity in your character most of the time, you should, because it's just going to benefit you no matter what. It's not going to be a thing that will hurt you in the long run. Now, and then also that makes brings rise to the builds that can run rarity versus can't, right? But overall, right now, I actually am fairly neutral on rarity. It could stay, it could not stay, but I'm definitely leaning on the side where I would like it to go. And I think that this league, I think in 0.4, rarity was like, yeah, I don't care about it. But this league, actually, I do think there were quite a few farms where rarity was pretty important. Like, for example, I think Breach, you weren't really far. Like, if you wanted to go for that uber juiced raw tank farm, which a lot of people were going with, you would be missing out a lot if you didn't have rarity. I think Delirium is another one where
Yeah.
if you're getting a lot of raw tinks, and if you don't have it, you're missing out on a good bit. Abyss, I'd say, 50-50 ish, where you are getting a lot from lights, but if you did juice your rarity and the map rarity and effectiveness, you're also getting a lot of raw tinks. It's never making up the majority of it, but other than maybe like the breach farm, for example, when you're not going for high flood. But it is a very at some point, it was a very significant amount of your money. Now, though, it's like an interesting thing where rarity, the effectiveness starts going down as the league goes on because the value of the div just keeps going down and down and down. And that's mostly what you're juicing with your rarity gear. So that is like a very interesting relationship there as well. But where I stand on it, I still think that rarity is something that I would like off the gear because it always just feels like I'm missing something if I'm not running rarity. Like when I was running Sims, I tried uber juicing effectiveness, which is what usually people um, recommend if you want to break even on Sims or maybe get some profit. But I tried that, and having no rarity on my gear, I didn't find that to be the case at all. So it's like the difference between sustaining Sims and not sustaining Sims, right? And that feels bad because my build actually can't run rarity. So there are still situations where rarity does come in and make it feel kind of bad. But overall, again, I think starting in 0.4, it started to bring into question about whether or not rarity was as bad as we thought it was before.
Yeah. And just to give my stance on it now, I don't think I've ever stacked rarity. So I was always like from the stance of remove it because it's not healthy for the economy, but I don't think that's like as negative as it was before. So like at this point, like I don't mind if it exists on gear just because it enables the people like Snoobe and those people that like enjoy using rarity. It doesn't impact my experience anymore. The only way it impacts my experience is when it negatively impacts the economy and I can't keep up because I'm not doing that. And that's just not the case at all right now, in my opinion. Um, Before we move into build of the week,
Well,
Snoo, I'm
actually,
curious what your
hold up.
go ahead.
Before we go leaving this, one thing that did also pop up in my mind is none of us play group play. None of
Well, that's
us
why that was literally what I was about to ask Snoo.
Yeah.
Is Snoo? I'm curious what your thoughts are on group play because group play is an entire other element to this discussion, and it makes the whole argument like that's like one of the big reasons why to get rid of it is because group play is just insane. The difference between what you make in currency from groups versus solo is it's not comparable. What are your
Yeah,
thoughts
okay.
on just like group
And
play?
more specifically, rarity bots and like rarity mules, like
Right,
people who
right.
are just there to boost rarity and not even be like a whole coordinated group together, having like different roles, versus just like, hey, I'm gonna run solo, but you guys are gonna be here to leech, but give me a ton of
Yeah,
loot.
5 rarity bots. Yeah.
Like in 0.4 in Temple, I'm sure it really exacerbated the already major problem of raw loot being just dwarfing the value of everything else. At which point the economy is just on its last legs for the longest time until finally it begins to catch up and Omens of Light are worth 100 divines or something at the end of that league because nobody was farming them. But my confidence in answering that question really stems from PoE 1, not PoE 2. And I haven't done a lot of group play in PoE1, very little of it actually, but I have paid a lot of attention to what group players deal with in PoE1. There's a great deal of headache in setting things up, and the argument in favor of group player rarity being okay in that game at least is balance wise. They don't actually make way more currency than a solo player who knows what he's doing, and they're kind of pigeonholed into one aspect of gameplay, trying to min-max raw loot, compared to a solo player trying to play the same strategy. It seems like an unfair advantage, but given that there's so many strategies making currency, it feeds the market with a ton of uniques really quickly. Players are able to get their builds online more quickly. This is like, I'm kind of giving a little bit of a devil's advocate argument in favor of group player rarity. I don't actually know the real truth of it in PoE2 because I haven't really looked or listened to what group players are experiencing, especially in 0.5. I don't actually know the balance of it. So maybe you guys can inform me a little bit on that. But generally speaking, people just kind of overlook the value of it, the upside of it, which is more raw loot means everybody is getting their builds online faster because access to things like, especially high chase items like Headhunter, Mage Blood, things like that are becoming more readily available. Players who participate in group play create more items in the market while not necessarily making way more currency themselves because things are split in certain ways, and there's all kinds of like administrative BS you got to deal with, for setting all that stuff up, and there's a ton of extra work behind the scenes to like planning it and all that stuff. So, there's just some arguments on there. So yeah, I don't know where you guys stand, but those are kind of my thoughts.
I honestly I have not looked into group play ever for both PoE1 or PoE2. I just know that the rarity bot things happen. So I'm pretty indifferent. I do like some of the points you just pointed out that like it does flood the economy with more uniques. That's just, beneficial for a lot of players. I didn't realize in PoE1 it wasn't like when I watch the PoE1 juicers, like, I just see clips of it, right? It looks absurd to me. So I just assumed they were making absurdly amount more divines, but does it sound like from what you just said, that doesn't be the case. So, doesn't bother me. If that's how it works in PoE1, if that's how it's functioning in PoE2, it doesn't bother me, but I don't know if that's actually how it is. Do you guys know anything about group play right now?
I rarely look at what other people are like doing. I don't know if it doesn't impact my fun in playing the game. I don't care. I hear people screaming or like yelling about group play and everything. I don't know.
Reddit is always upset about group play, so I just feel like it's
Yeah,
bad, but
I honestly I don't like. I'm not even saying keep it or remove it or whatever. I don't have an opinion because I don't really
yeah,
care
me too.
what others are doing with their gameplay as long as it's not negatively impacting my fun playing the game or whatever. I don't care what other people are doing. I'm just doing what I'm doing. So
Well, if anything, it's making my league cheaper, so hell yeah, group play.
As
Based
long
on
as
what
you don't
Snoozer
feel
said, so.
obligated to do it. Last time
Exactly.
I felt obligated to do it, like I felt like an idiot for not playing group play, was 8-man bail runs in Diablo 2. That was the last time I felt like you'd be a freaking moron not to be playing in a group right now if you're chasing experience that way. So we've never seen anything that egregious in PoE, I don't think, that would make me feel that bad, that much FOMO about it. I don't know. I feel like a lot of players kind of they're lacking perspective maybe, or they're just blowing it out of proportion. To anyone out there who played Diablo 2 bail runs, like that's an example of group play run amok.
what's that game?
It's one of those other games we were talking about earlier.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean,
Miso,
I think
any final thoughts? Sorry.
I think for me, when it comes to group play, I don't really care. Like, it doesn't affect my gameplay, so I don't really care about it too much. But from a game design perspective, I don't know if it's very healthy to incentivize a play style where one person's like, yeah, let me multi-box, or like, let me get a couple computers and get all these characters into one map to just boost my loot.
Yeah.
Or like, let me hire some people to just stand there to boost my farm. Like, I don't think that's a good gameplay design. Like, I don't have a problem with people actually going in and just, being an actual group of human beings playing the game together and doing the map together and designing a party around it. But it does get into weird territory from a gameplay design perspective when you're starting to make a reward structure where you're, as a solo player, trying to hire people to stand there and do nothing, or you're just having multi-client, multi-boxing to get more loot. It just feels a little
I
bit
agree
weird
with that.
there.
Definitely. The multi-boxing thing, yeah, that's ugly.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's dive into. So now I'm going to be self-conscious about saying let's dive into build of the week after that montage Miso did. I don't know why, but let's dive into build of the week. You have my build ready, Miso?
Yeah, I do. Give me a second. Let me pull it up here. Alrighty.
I will be featuring a build from Kodachi. This is a little bit of a weird build of the week showcase, so it's kind of got like a little story to it. But Kodachi made a. I just played this build and I just forgot. Concussive runes. What's the name of the skill? I just played this build.
Conductive runes.
Conductive runes. Conductive runes. So I was streaming this build a few days ago, or like over the last week, and Kodachi was watching me play it. It is a really cool rune. It's essentially like a trap build. It plays a lot like a trap assassin from Diablo 2. People say it plays a lot like traps from PoE 1 when you get it set up correctly. And what's cool about this is when I was setting up my journey, I was doing on a Pathfinder. And Kodachi was like when the mechanic started to come online, he said he wanted to do it on a ritualist, which I had been saying like was probably the best way to mathematically play it. And what's cool about it is this just shows how like fun PoE2 build making is. We're both doing essentially the same archetype, the same skill, but it ended up like reaching like completely different ways of enabling the skill. I was using it to where like the runes were exploding, but he's using it to where the runes are just hitting really hard with a single rune, and then he's pushing bosses and enemies into the runes with Spear Field, which is just like a completely different approach to it. So like whenever there's like like the problem is the runes, you don't have control of where they spawn, but if you can push them into the runes, that solves that problem. So it's a really cool skill. It's a little bit underpowered. It's a lot of fun though. But I think this just shows like the creativity that build makers can have. My solution, like our solutions to solving this really bad skill was completely different. And his approach is just so creative, like pushing the mobs into the runes. That's just so cool. So yeah, shout out to Kodachi. And one thing that like we don't really talk about build making etiquette or like anything like that ever, because it's like kind of weird and awkward. But there's a lot of drama that goes into build making and stuff behind the scenes between creators. And Kodachi saw me doing this build and me like working it out, and he dove into it after I like already like figured out some stuff on an already leveled character with like way more divines than I did. And he could have released his build guide like days before me and like revealed the tech and all the cool stuff that was going on with it. And he was like, I'm not going to do that until you release your build because your build inspired it. So shout out to him for that little like build maker etiquette. I don't know what you want to call that. You don't see that too often, I guess. But it's just cool. It just shows how creative people can be. And Kodachi's a regular in the chat, so wanted to give him some love. Sorry, it's a little bit of a story build of the week. But it is also a very cool build.
Build would be
Kodachi's a
perfect
great filmmaker.
if the runes, if the traps, runes on the ground you put on the ground, if they would be shooting lightning out of them, that would be. I don't know if any game has ever done that before. That would be perfect.
Well, they do shoot lightning out of them. They do
Yeah,
lightning damage.
That's really cool.
yeah. I mean, yeah, but
Hit-
like in a more
in my
Diablo 2
setup
way.
with the yes, it's not exactly trap assassin.
Well,
Unfortunately,
you're talking about like lightning trap from like PoE 1. Yeah.
It's really cool though, because you called it like the traps in build, and it's
Yeah.
it's perfect. We need more of that. When we got lightning spear, I was kind of hopeful as well to get that build, but it didn't turn out to be exactly like Javazon, but maybe
I think you
maybe
could
soon.
make this
I'm
like
hopeful for the
trap
Templar.
assassin on a lich. I think if you AoE scaled this on a lich, because if you watch my variation, I have a little bit of AoE scaling and it
Abyssal
pops a
Lich,
little
you
bit
mean?
more.
Yeah.
If you Abyssal Lich, yeah. If you did AoE scale or on Titan, maybe you can make it like a little bit more spectacular. But
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
You
really
probably
awkward
lose out on
skill.
a lot of the damage then, but yeah. Yeah.
I mean, we're both scaling it with Rakiatas and Garkons, so you know.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
Or
what's
you
fun
could-
about this build is the skill specifically has the attack tag, but it's one of those skills that doesn't scale off a weapon. So it
Yeah.
doesn't matter if you have the best DPS two-hander in the game, it doesn't scale it at all. So we're using a Widow Hail cheese, where you have a quiver with just a lot of added flat damage, and you're amping it by 250%, so that's how you scale. Like, it's a really cool skill, but it's just got those, like, functionally bad holes in it where,
Wacky.
it's not ever going to be meta right now. It's wacky, yes. It's wacky, yes.
Yeah. There's also a scaling, AoE scaling with Pillar of the Cage God, Korihor, who we've talked about quite a few times on
Ooh.
this channel. He has a 2000 intelligence character, I think Chayula, that he scales some insane AoE on with Pillar of the
That's
Cage God.
cool.
Yep. So
I
that's
was
something
I was
else.
hoping people were doing pillar builds with the new rune mastered pillar.
Mhm.
Cool. I'll have to check that out.
Yeah. And it's funny because he uses Spear Field to push the enemies into the ruins. For me in
Oh, yeah.
0.2, I had this build where I was putting down the spear fields and then using Wind Serpent's Fury to push the enemies into the spear fields. So it's kind of an interesting and funny, I guess,
Yeah.
different take on it. But yeah, that's
Yeah.
cool. Glad we were able to get this build in. For me, the build that I featured is this build by Flicker Slide, which is a Grip of Kulamok exploding auto bomber build. I thought this
This is
was
crazy.
super cool because I mean I didn't know this, but Grip of Kulamok has kind of like a herald effect on it, and he just scales this to a point where he hits the enemies, and as long as there are enemies in the nearby vicinity, they just end up blowing up into this nice little herald chain. I don't know, it's just it's pretty dang specific. You need a pretty specific grip of Kolmok for it. I think he was saying that like after he bought out the first couple, it ended up getting up to like a couple thousand divs for one of these grips. So definitely not the what is it, the most affordable build, but as you can see right here, it takes advantage of this abyssal wasting you inflict. Also, it gives targets 10% chance to explode on death, as a tenth of their physical damage, right? And he scales this along with, I think, the other one that ignites enemies, the with the ritualists with I think ingenuity, just to get these numbers super high. So basically it's 100% to explode, and 100%, oh, it's fire res, that's what it was. Gives enemies very very low fire res, negative 247% fire res. So pretty dang
Oh, yeah.
insane. Very low fire res, and every time he hits an enemy, they just kind of explode for this little nice green pop. You know me, I like visually pleasing builds. This is a really nice, cool little visually pleasing herald chaining build.
Yeah. Yeah, this build's sick. I saw this a few days ago, and yeah, this build is freaking nuts. Yeah, Ritualist is cool. The way the breakpoints you can hit with the ring scaling is super fun.
Another one of those situations where the ascendancy as a whole is not that great, but there's that one node that makes it into a really good ascendancy.
Yeah. Yeah. The rings are really good. And it boosts your amulet too, which is really nice.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we actually have 3 builds of the week this time. Hell yeah. Because of
Yeah.
Snoobe, though.
Oh,
That's right.
you guys said
So we're gonna be
sometimes
going
feature your own build. So yeah, so you just want me to talk about it right here, I guess.
Yeah, do it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I made a Twister build. I know people would find that hard to believe, but yeah, another
Whoa.
build for Twister. Fourth time around, I guess. There's a new ascendancy called Spirit Walker. I got a lot of people excited for a couple different reasons, either minion related stuff or Twister related stuff. And this ascendancy for Twister is able to scale an extreme amount of projectile speed. That's why you see the projectiles look like they're going ridiculously fast. Extremely low cost, just a couple of ascendancy points to get that sort of crazy scaling, as well as projectile count. In the latest iterations of build, I decided to push the breakpoints on AoE there, And I'm not exactly sure in that footage if it's either 0.7 is 1 meter twisters, which are some really fat twisters. So when you have them that big and that fast, that's just wreaking havoc on and off screen, 4 or 5 screens away even, especially in tight corridor maps like what you see there. Even open maps, there's no safe place for the monsters to stand. We have a few new toys this time around that really amped up Twister, especially for Spirit Walker, called Olroth's Conviction. Put that in the new Ascendancy Point one, and it removed some of the dramatic annoyance of having to dodge roll to unlock that projectile speed modifier. That's the conditional for this Ascendancy. You have to dodge roll to get the crazy prog speed, but you only have to do it 1 out of every 3 Twister attacks in this case. So there's like so many different tech things going on here. I've made videos on the key aspects of it all throughout this league, and I probably updated my own build like 10 different times in pretty significant ways, which is kind of one of the if I'm trying to be objective, in my opinion, like the best thing about me as far as a build maker is sticking with the same build that I league start with and just taking it to the moon. And then really exploring firsthand like all kinds of different weird tech things I can do with it. And yeah, the AoE scaling was a big part of it. The taming ring was also introduced that made it way easier to get the elemental grounds. And it's just a very, very powerful Twister build. I don't think Spirit Walker is necessarily the best Twister Ascendancy right now. But yeah, I incorporated a lot of old tech in there like I used to use before with Trinity and charge regulation, frenzy charges, power charges, getting all the passive buffs there, salvo support for crazy high projectile count. It's a fun skill. It scales off of damn near everything. All the damage modifiers, crit modifiers. It also scales off skill effectuation, prog speed, AoE. It just almost every scaler you can imagine. And that's what makes this skill so unbelievably overpowered. Is that it just scales off too many things. And yeah. But it's okay. It's never going to get nerfed, right? I mean, we don't need to throw any suppositions out there like that. No.
And if you actually hate looking at the game that you're playing, you can just
Yeah.
just-
Yeah. There are a couple
only
MTXs
thing
that are a
you'll
little easier on the eyes, but I'm doing a scientific experiment to see how long I can play this before I go
Yeah.
clinically blind.
You did. There was a big clip of you last league with you going over just visual clarity in the game, and you kind of showed it. Also, that was last league, right? You were also
Couple
on
leagues
the Twister
ago,
build
yeah.
last league, and you showed like the ridiculousness of the whole visual clarity conversation at that point, and it was yeah. I think it's always going to be a point of discussion in PoE too, because I think it's always going to be baked into the cake that there's gonna be builds that surprisingly, when you have a build that tries to destroy the whole screen at one point, there has to be some type of animation for it, and whether it is a million comments or a million twisters or a million arcs or whatever, it's gonna be baked into the cake. So to everyone saying like, oh yeah, I hope they do something about the visual clarity, I think that's always gonna be a thing. It's always gonna be that way.
If they
So
give us maximum creative potential and there's the ever expanding power creep that you can expect in a developing game, it's just it's inevitable. I like to think that the game's gonna have the reins on held back a little bit by the developers for a longer period of time, but it seemed to already be kind of an outlandish territory here with what you see on the screen and the other builds you showed too. I mean, they had their own issues with visual clarity as well. But I always say, if you can tell what's going on in your build, then your build's not very good. Like, you're supposed to not be able to tell what's going on. And it's also supposed to not matter, because if you can't tell what's going on, that means everything's getting hit by everything, which means everything's already dying. And so everything will be okay. And that is the pinnacle of the gaming experience for this game anyway.
Really sells it while you're saying that, while also seeing your loot filters. It's obstructing the rest of what we were seeing
Yeah.
on the screen.
Oh, okay.
Just the
This was
loot
my first
filter.
time playing Expedition, okay? First time.
Yeah, that makes sense.
In the temple,
That
it
makes
looks
sense.
fine.
It's just a perfect icing. Perfect icing. Yeah,
What are
I
your
had
thoughts,
to adjust my
Neil,
loot
on-
filter as well a lot of times after going into Expedition.
Interesting. Oh yeah, I thought. Yeah, yeah. That was bothering me. I probably would have had to have done that eventually. Snoo, what are your thoughts on whirling assault mobility?
Oh, I thought
Do
you
you
were gonna
like
say,
that?
what are your thoughts on farmer's loot filter?
Whirling
Oh,
slash
oh no, no,
mobility, you
no,
mean?
that. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Whirling slash. Sorry. The
Yeah,
using it
I
as
th-
a mobility skill.
I think it's really cool, an alternative way to move. I like it a lot personally. It's not for everybody. Some people don't like, getting stuck on walls or having to dodge roll to get off the wall or run through corridors. So it's very sticky in that way. It transforms the WASD gameplay back into mouse or click to move because you're guiding it with your mouse, and so this turns a lot of people off too because they really, really, really want to play WASD. But those of you who know my content for a while know that I'm practically anti-WASD on a personal level. I don't like it very much at all. I prefer the click-to-move way. So for me, it's a way to kind of cheat the system where I'm playing WASD, but I'm actually playing click-to-move in reality. So it's kind of a funny thing. Yeah, it's an interesting question. I could make it really dramatic, but I'll hold back, I guess. It's just I like it. I don't know why people hate it so much. I don't know.
I think it's cool. I think it's cool to have alternate ways to, yeah, just like you said. I agree. Thanks for coming on, Stu. This was a fantastic podcast. I don't know why it took us so long to get us on, but like it was just like the perfect storm of the PoE 1 League and then Twisters just finally being meta to get you on. So thanks for coming on. Where can the people find you, and what are you gonna be up to?
Well, three places mainly. We got Twitch, YouTube, and the Discord. So the Discord link, I don't know, you can find them pretty easily going on Twitch, but basically Snoobay85 is the handle there. YouTube is dedicated primarily to making videos, tech-related videos, farming videos, build guide related stuff, and then Twitch is for streaming. I'm also streaming on YouTube though, and then the Discord's for people who are fans of the build or just in general, a nice community, whether you're PoE 1 or PoE 2 at this point. It's pretty active stuff and people helping each other out with builds and strategies or just asking questions, just hanging out, all the good things.
Oh yeah. Well, good luck with the PoE 1 League. I hope you have an absolute blast with it. Let's go ahead and get our outros going. Dead Rabbit.
Bye. I stream too. I'll be playing the hardcore league in almost exactly 1 week now. I even canceled a family event for it just yesterday.
Oh, really?
Because I realized yesterday, oh shit, the timing. So yeah, I'm very dedicated still to PoE 2. So next week, Timmy's hardcore a private league starting. So still don't know what build I'm gonna be playing. I want to play something that I haven't played before, but still want to perform pretty well. I was thinking I'm not gonna spoiler. I'm let's see. Let's just say I might be going very close into Kalturak territory.
Interesting.
You're
It's
growing
That's
not
a,
not good
Storts, by the
news.
way. I'm not playing
you're growing a
Storts.
That's not
really
good
big
news.
mustache.
Oh, I can.
I'm
physically
guessing. I'm
enabled to.
guessing. Witch Hunter or
This is the
Gemling. I don't
most
know.
I've got.
He's doing mercenary. The only thing I can think of that's Kaltorek territory would be mercenary. I don't know.
He's playing.
Maybe he's
He's
playing Witch
playing a
Hunter.
merc right now.
This is the most I've got.
Oh yeah, he is.
Yeah, but there is a specific ascendancy, Carl, that you.
Yeah, Witch Hunter. Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Or Titan. Witch Hunter. Okay.
We'll
Cool.
see. We'll see.
Well, okay, take it away, Miso.
Yeah, Miso X Shuru on everything. Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. I'm all over the place, baby. You can find me everywhere. And yeah, finally got our voices. So awesome, super great. Before we head off into the Path of Exile 1 League, which I will be playing either Cyclone Slayer or Assassin Mamba. So that's gonna be a good time. What?
Cyclone Slayer, dude. Let's go.
Cyclone Slayer. I mean, look, Spin to Win is a
People
classic
call it
and it's
basic.
great. No,
That
fun,
was my jam.
It's so
Slash is Spin to Win.
Basic? Yeah, right?
No, not the same. Not the same. Cyclone is the only way to go. And hopefully when it comes to Path of Exile 2, it's not complete garbage.
We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
Well, I'll also
I
be
just-
playing in the THC League. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I just want the Templar to come, and it should have a skill called Blessed Hammer, so we can just get the spinny hammers going on the Templar. That's all I need.
Hammered in.
No, not what? No, that was an idea. It came to me in a dream.
Okay. I didn't know.
Yeah.
Maybe it's
Sorry, Cal.
probably it's completely different from Hammered. It's completely different.
Yep.
Well, I'll also be playing in the hardcore private league. I'll probably be streaming it, so it'll be a lot of fun to see me and Rabbit die at some point during this league. So make sure you guys hang out. We are potentially going to be experimenting with the format of the show. We might start highlighting a viewer comment next week. So I'm just going to throw that out there. Leave comments based off the discussions we had, or maybe ask a question, and we might bring it up next week. Just throwing that out there. But yeah, thanks for Snoobe for coming on. I will, sorry I was a little bit out of it this episode. It's 3 a.m. when this podcast started, and I had like no sleep before this. So if I was a little bit annoying or obnoxious, I'm sorry. But yeah, love you guys. Bye.
Bye-bye. Thanks again.
What an outro. What an outro. Thanks, Stu, for coming on, man.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry it took so long. We've been talking about bringing you on since like episode 10, and I don't know why it just took so long.
I actually didn't know that,
Thanks for
but I
coming on.
wasn't going to, like, step over the line and be like, hey, what about me?
We've talked about you a lot. It's just,
I was surprised to
don't know
hear you
why
say you
it
talk
just-
about Twister a lot. I didn't even know that.
Oh man, I didn't
Oh,
ask
yeah,
you the
yeah.
question on the podcast. I was gonna ask you, how are you in real life, Twister?
What? In real life, Twister.
You've never heard? You don't know the game Twister?
Oh, I
You know, we have
know
to
the
put your
game, but I
left
don't think
hand
I've ever
through.
played it. I don't think I've ever actually played it.
Disappointing. Absolutely disappointing. Fantasy ruined. The whole illusion
Fantasy
broken. It's just
ruined.
done. You're supposed to be the
man.
Twister guy, you know? Supposed to be the Twister guy.
Not like this.
I don't think I've ever played Twister either, so it's all right.
I'm just adjusting. I just need to fix my stream again.
What is going on with the
Everything
stream?
broke. Everything
Oh, no.
broke because I switched the virtual camera thing and everything. I just need to fix that again. Sorry.
It's all good. I mean, podcast is over anyways, so
Is it? Wait, there was a podcast?
yeah, it's
When?
crazy. Maybe you were asleep during the entire thing.
No.
Everybody was saying Dead Rabbit looked mad during the podcast.
I always look. It's just
It's
resting
the German blood.
face.
Okay.
It's resting German face. It's what it's called. Okay.
All right.
Did I fix it now?
Should we get back to our own worlds? Like Cal go to sleep, I guess.
Yeah, I'm gonna go
Yeah,
back
yeah,
to bed. Thanks again, Snoo. It was
You're
a fun
welcome.
talk. You guys have a
you
good one.
guys, thanks again. Maybe we'll meet again sometime. Appreciate you guys having me here.
Oh yeah, we'll definitely have you back. Definitely.
Anybody staying
Yeah.
on? Want a raid? I can give you guys a raid.
You can, Miso is I am.
Okay.
Miso will take the raid.
One of us.
I
One of
might
us
be
will
gone
take
for the
us.
next.
I raided
I
you
need
last
like
time.
20 minutes
so-
now.
Okay.
Yeah, see you. Don't want it.
I could
I'm-
run
if
one
I get a raid when I
expedition
get
to
a
see if
boon.
I get the second boon, and then I'll raid you.
There it
No,
is. There
I'll
it
be-
is.
I need like 20 minutes anyway to make food
Okay.
and stuff. So
I'll
let's go. Thank
I'll
you so
go
much for
Miso.
coming on, Stu.
Thanks for having me, of course. All right,
Goodbye.
Miso, I'll hand it over to
Goodbye,
you here in a minute.
goodbye.
And yeah,
Yup.
the
Awesome.
official speed run caster, my own personal speed run caster.
That was a lot of fun. That was a good
know.
time. I'm glad I did it.
Yeah. Do something like that again. I really enjoyed that kind of that 1 month period where we were like really getting into
Doing
all
the
that.
campaign
All of us
stuff.
was. Yeah.
It's very interesting. It definitely brought upon some new content that I didn't think I was gonna make or like show on stream or whatever. It was a long wait. I wished if I were to choose to go with League or that, I would have gone with League. But you know what? It ended up being something very different and
Mhm.
very fun, to be honest.
Yeah. Without getting burned
Indeed,
out.
indeed.
It allowed us to keep playing without getting burned out. Too bad because it was like so different.
Yeah. Yeah, though at some point I was like, how many more campaign runs am I doing?
Okay. It made that experiencing the brand new endgame all the sweeter, I guess.
Yes, yes, yes.
All right, well, I'm
Let's
going to
see
hang up here
let's
and then I'll give you a raid in a minute.
Yep, sounds good. All right, see you, Snoop.
Yep. All right. That was the podcast. And it is like late on the dinner side for me. So for those of you guys stuck around on the stream, YouTube or Twitch, thanks for sticking around. I'm sure that I feel like that podcast went pretty well. I think didn't have asked a lot of questions, but didn't have that many topics discussed. But you know, we dove in pretty deep. 2 hours apparently. You already heard me say it on Twitch. I'm gonna be raiding Miso Shiru, and then I'm gonna get some dinner. And we didn't get that video done, unfortunately, with figuring out the currency. But I kind of already figured out approximately how much I made. I'm gonna go in and dig all through all the numbers and finish the video off stream for that, to try to get that out in the next like 4 or 5 hours. Yeah. So. Yup. That's about it. It takes a lot out of you, talking for like 2 hours straight, being focused in conversation. I have to lock in harder for that than I do playing the game, for sure. Right. Let's see here. All right, raid is outbound. Well, I would like to log in tomorrow, at least for a little bit. Not exactly sure. Just kind of final prep for 3.29. Not a whole lot left to do. Got the build guide video done. Got the mobalytics guide up. Got the path of building, mashing path of buildings already up. And a new video coming you guys' way. But I have a whole day tomorrow to, I guess, I don't know, probably just like do some Act 1 to 3 runs or something like that. Something kind of casual before we kick off the league start. Yep, that's it. Thank you guys for watching. See you next time.